fine judge, like Mr. Bala said, but not many of us are equally familiar with his. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. So we are also privileged to have in our midst Justice B. Narsingh and Justice Pramod Patnaik. So please give them a big hand. So as you can see, the audience is truly distinguished, and that makes me feel a little nervous, but I think I hope with your support and goodwill, I'll be able to overcome that. The discussion will be bilingual. So when you put your questions or you join the discussion, you can do that in Odia using Odia or English. And this Justice Misra will also may feel free to respond to my questions and queries in Odia or English as it suits him. I think now I will go straight to the point that comes to everyone's mind when they interact with Justice Misra or read his books, because he's now beginning to become a prolific writer. Already 4 books, I think, you have already published.
Well, if you go by the number, then it will be 8.
8. And then I think another book is in the pipeline very soon.
Yes.
So you're a prolific author and what should I say, very, very committed and dedicated jurist. So how do you find, because that's the first question that strikes your readers, କେବେ ସମୟ କେମିତି ଆପଣ ପାଆନ୍ତି, ଏତେ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଏତେ ବ୍ୟସ୍ତ, ଗୋଟେ ହାଇକୋର୍ଟ ଜଷ୍ଟିସଙ୍କର ଜୀବନ କେତେ ବ୍ୟସ୍ତ ବହୁଳ, ତା ଭିତରେ how do you find the time to concentrate on writing such information rich and complex books?
Well, to answer it in one sentence, you always find time for something you love. First. Secondly, I'm reminded of an advice given to me by a very wise gentleman who's no more, of course, 25 years ago, when he had asked me to do some work, and I just said that I don't have time. He said, a busy man always finds time, but a lazy man never finds time. So it actually, and I always tell myself, God has given me one life. He's not going to give me another life to write. One life to write judgments, another life to, write books. Whatever I have to do in this one life. So I have to make the most out of it. So what I do is actually, as you have rightly pointed out, the life of a judge is very, it's very onerous, very busy. There's no holiday for a judge actually. So I try to steal some moments from my daily routine and try my best to devote it to literature, which I love. Practically speaking, I try to finish my judicial work in the court itself so that I get the evening free. And then holidays, I divide equally between judicial work and literary work. And then I make the most out of, something, the traveling. I've trained myself to write or revise, edit, whatever, on the laptop while traveling. Recently, the day before yesterday, I had been to Baleswar. So the journey took me 3 hours. I was on the laptop. I was not supposed to drive. I'm not required to do anything. So I devote that time, even while flying, while waiting in the airport. So this is how you find time.
We admire you, but I'm afraid we can't imitate you because we are also very busy. We don't find the time because we are busy for nothing.
Sir, you can't say that.
So one has to be productively busy, not just busy. So I think some of your novels, at least 4 of them, focus on history. So they are historical novels. So you seem to be drawn to historical fiction or fictionalizing history. One of them is based on the life of Bakshi Jagabandhu. The other is on the life of the architect of modern Odisha, Madhusudan Das. Then you go back in time, and one of them is based on the Buddhist period, Jasodhara. And as you once told me, your forthcoming novel is going to be based on Joy Rajguru's life.
Yes.
So what is it that draws you to history, draws you to the past, ancient as well as remote as well as recent? What is it that draws you so strongly, so irresistibly to the past?
Sir, I think, sir, it has come naturally to me. I'm naturally drawn to stories of the past. When I was a young kid, maybe I used to revel in reading stories about kings, queens, and all those their stories. And history was one of my favorite subjects. Though I'm a graduate, I've graduated in economics. My postgraduate is also in economics. I moved on to law. But then history has, my love for history has remained intact. Even now I'm reading historical books. Like for instance, I'm now reading a book titled The People's History of World by Chris Harman. So I'm, uh, right from beginning, as far back as I can remember, I've always been drawn towards history. Let me just dwell upon it for a moment, if you can allow me. Uh, Look, history, if you understand history well, you understand yourself. This is my firm belief. Historical novel, fictionalizing history, or making a fiction out of historical facts, well, it depends on the writer. What is the angle that what is the theme that he's dwelling upon? But generally speaking, I feel that if you understand history well, then you understand yourself really well. I can tell you, মানে বহি ভিতরে বহুত প্রকার বহি ঐতিহাসিক নভেল হই পারে, কিন্তু যেমতি ফর এক্সাম্পল কইবি মু বহুত বহি পড়িছি। দি ডিসকভারি অফ ইন্ডিয়া বাই জওয়াহরলাল নেহরু, Romila Thapar, Civil Spear, which we read as students, Bipin Chandra, then A.L. Basham, The Wonder That Was India. But the game changer was Surendra Manti's Nilosoilo. When I read it, I mean, totally blown away. I became so proud of my own heritage, my legacy, my culture. ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନଥିଲି ଯେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଏମିତି ବି ହେଇଥିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଆମ ଇଏତରେ। ସୋ ଗୋଟେ ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟେ ଗର୍ବର ଫିଲିଂ ଆସିଲା। ଦେନ୍ ଇଟ୍ ୱାଜ୍ ଫଲୋଡ୍ ଅପ୍ ବାଇ ଶତାବ୍ଦୀର ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟ, କୁଳବୃଦ୍ଧ, and even some non-fiction like Pandit Krupasindhu Mishra's Konarko. So these books, and even recently Pratibha Ray's Sila Padma, relatively recently, no, it's about Konarko. It is special because it actually presents two stories, two different timelines in one novel. One, it says about Emperor Narasingha Deva's, the struggle to build the Konark temple. Side by side, she talks of a love affair at Konark between a foreigner, yes, and a local Odia girl. The historical perspective is so fascinating. I mean, that is how I'm hooked to history.
Perhaps that led you to write historical fiction based on the life of Madhusudan Das.
Yes, it's my latest work. I will.
History blending with fiction in imaginative.
I think many people know Madhu Babu's contribution to Jagannath Temple. But what exactly happened, this is a legal part of it, but I have fictionalized it. After going through the entire case record, Madhu Babu arrived in the scene in Odisha around 1881-82. At that point of time, Jagannath Temple, it was in a very bad shape because the then king, had been sentenced to, he was Kala Pani boli kuha jaye. So transportation for life is the legal term. So the throne was empty. The king had a minor son, 5-year-old, whom the mother queen, or the Rani Surjamani Pattamahadai, she wanted the minor son to be to adorn the throne. Not ketode rituals achi Jagannathankara without the king, it can't happen. This is one part, but it also, she resisted the dominance of the British government, who wanted to take over the temple, management of the temple. So Seti Madhu Babunkara entry. Madhu was, I'm reading that. Then secondly, there was a case filed against the king, and the district judge immediately on the day of admission of the suit itself appointed a receiver, appointed an outsider as a receiver of the temple. Receiver means he was supposed to manage the entire affairs. So that was challenged before Calcutta High Court. Madhu Babu did it. And when Madhubabu took the brief and he was trying to convince the barrister John Woodruff asked him, "Je, apan to jane Christian and you are a lawyer. Why are you so emotionally involved in this case?" I'm just, I mean, I'll just read it out in my own way. I've tried to. ଦୁଇଟା ପାରାଗ୍ରାଫ ପଢ଼ିବି। ସେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଖାଲି ପଚାରିଲେ ଯେ ଆପଣ ଏଇ ମାମଲାରେ ଆଚ୍ଛା ଦାସ, ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଅନେକ ଦିନରୁ ଜାଣେ, ଆପଣ ଜଣେ ହେତୁବାଦୀ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିକାଲ ମଣିଷ, ଗୋଟେ ମାମଲାରେ ଏତେ ଭାବପ୍ରବଣତା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିତ୍ୱ ସହିତ ଠିକ୍ ଖାପ ଖାଉନି, କାରଣ କ'ଣ? ବିକଜ ମଧୁବାବୁ ୱାଜ୍ ନୋନ୍ ଆଜ୍ ଅ ଭେରି ରାସନାଲ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ୍ ବିଇଂ। नो ही सेज, सर एक कथा सत, जने वकिल एक मामलार आईन व्यतिरेक कौन कथा प्रासंगिक नुहे, किंतु मोर ए भाव प्रवणता वकिल भाव नुहे, जड़े साधारण ओडिया भाव बोली बुझंतु, मो पई यह केवल मात्र एक मामला नुहे। मु प्रथमे जगन्नाथ मंदिर को केवल एक धार्मिक अनुष्ठान मन कर भूल करूली, पर जानिली यह गोटे जातिर परिचय। दिस इज इम्पोर्टेंट। यही मामला पई मोर गवेषणार हृदबोध है समग्र ओडिया जाति सहित जगन्नाथ अंगांगी भाव जड़ित ओडिया लोकंकर धार्मिक, आध्यात्मिक, सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, पारंपरिक, एपरिक दैनंदिन चलनी सहित जगन्नाथंकर रही एक अविच्छिन्न संपर्क। कहा घरे विवाह आदि शुभ कार्य हेले से प्रथमे जगन्नाथ को निमंत्रण करिथाए। तापई जगन्नाथ एपरि जने देवता जाकु से भल पई परिबो, गाली मध्य देई परिबो, इत्यादि इत्यादि गला। तापरे लास्ट से कहले मु मध्य जगन्नाथ को एते सब जगन्नाथंकर एते सब रीतिनीति को मने मने त्यज्य करूथिले अनावश्यक कुसंस्कार भावी, किंतु परे जानिली ए सबुर अंतराळ रही जीवनर गूढ़ तत्व। गोटे उदाहरण देवी, आपणको परि जने अनुभवी व्यक्ति केउठी देखिसेंती देशर शासक को छेरा पहरा परि कर्म करिवार देखि नथिबे। ये साधारण कर्म जरिया रे देशर शासक प्रतिपादित करने को चाहे से जगतर शासक निकट में गौण। मु तो कहबी ब्रिटेन, अमेरिका, यूरोप आउ जेते सबु तथाकथित उदारवादी चिंतार द्वाही देउथुवा सभ्यतार एपरि एक उच्च मानवीय चिंताधारार पटांतर देखा मिले ना। तापर लास्ट कहले यह नाबालक राजा गजपति मुकुंद देवंकर अपील नुहे, तांको जरिया समग्र ओडिया जातिर अपील। से एक प्रतीक मात्र। ये प्रतीक सन्निहित लक्ष लक्ष ओडियांकर भावावेग और स्वतंत्र परिचय पाइबार एक न्यायसंगत दाबी। वकिल होगा सहित मु जने निछक ओडिया, मो परिचय पाई मो भावप्रवण होगा तो स्वाभाविक कथा। आई थिंक दिस इज द बेसिक थीम ऑफ द माय नॉवेल, wherein I have tried to portray that केमती जगन्नाथ टेम्पल चारिपटे ओडिया उनकर आइडेंटिटी टा स्पेशल आइडेंटिटी, स्पेसिफिक आइडेंटिटी रादर से तो बड़े जन्मी थिला।
किंतु ये उपन्यास विभिन्न ऐतिहासिक घटना को जेतेबेले कल्पनार पुट देकरी देखुछथि, बेले बेले you have to allow your imagination to play, because you cannot just give a catalogue of historical facts, which of course are available through records. So on some occasions you have given your imagination a free play and allowed certain incidents to be presented in a rather subjective way, so that the reader is drawn into the narrative. Like the relationship between Madhusudan Das and his wife. So would you enlighten us about that for a bit, because you have used your imagination to create a plausible situation, relationship about which no records exist.
Sir, I have taken some liberties as a writer, which I am entitled to. देखो, Madhubabu had married Saudamini Hajra. This is a historical fact. Saudamini Hajra को ट्यूशन भी करूथले, दुई भौणी को से ट्यूशन भी करूथले। एंड सौदामिनी माने मु अन्य बहिरे भी पढ़ी, सौदामिनी वाज अ वेरी रैशनल लेवल हेडेड लेडी। से अल्प दिन भीतर से मरी गले, 5 वर्ष भीतर तांका बाहागर हेतिला। So this is very easy for a writer to find out what would have happened, what would have gone through the husband's mind and the wife, तांकर संपर्क। एवं तापर जेतल हठात से चली गले, ये कौन हेइथिबो तांका मनरे, तांकर कबर अछि, से तांको कबर को जाइथिबे, गोटे फुल रखुथिबे। एटा तो इमेजिनेशन रो कथा, just to bring that, you know, the human side of Madhusudan Das. Human side भाबिली जे एटा बथे रीडर्स को बेसी इंटरेस्टिंग होबो।
It will humanize Madhusudan Das,
yes,
not just make
right,
him
yes,
reduce him to a monument.
Yes, so, exactly.
Now let's turn to the second historical novel, which again is about a figure, historical figure whom Ori has revered, romanticize, and also sometimes we have conflicted feelings about him. There are controversies about him. Bakshi Jagabandhu. And for a very long time, people didn't know that he surrendered and he became a pensioner in Britain. Because when Manoranjan Das wrote Bakshi Jagabandhu, in those days people thought that Bakshi Jagabandhu had died, had become a martyr. But later Sudhakar Patnaik discovered that letter in which he has surrendered to the British on certain conditions. It's not as if it was the surrender of a coward. The British had also realized that, well, they cannot take this matter too far because he also represents or embodies Odia aspirations and pride and all that. So when you wrote this historical novel based on the life of Bakshi Jagabandhu, what are the challenges you faced? And again, please read out a few paragraphs that you think we should be familiar with.
Sir, I'll start with Madhusudan Das again. Madhubabu, actually, you see, this Jagannath temple case, I think was the first and a very strong expression of Odia nationalism towards the later part of 19th century, which was, let us say, the seeds for modern Odisha were planted there. So if he represented Odia identity in the later part of the 19th century, Bakshi Jagabandhu, and before him, of course, you can't ignore Joy Rajguru's sacrifice. So they represented Odia identity in the early part of 19th century. East India Company came in 1803. They tried to dominate, and whenever there is dominance, there is resistance. That is what historians tell us. So Joy Rajguru stood up. He said, I am not going to bow down. He did not accept their rule. He was tried for treason, brutally executed. But he had ignited a spark, which I think which was transformed into a blazing inferno. I may use that word, through Bakshi Jagabandhu 13 years later. What is important about Bakshi Jagabandhu is that he also, he was not a naive person to believe that he'll win this battle head on with the superior arms and weaponry of the East India Company. And he has also, I will read out that passage. It was not just about winning or losing. It was about, exhibiting your own identity. Odia manakor identity say somewhere 16th शताब्दी परठारु जेबटु अफगान्स माने आसले followed by Mughals, followed by Marathas. ओडिया केतोडी सोशियो कल्चरल डेवलपमेंट को छाड़ी देला परे बाकी ओडिया इकोनॉमी ओडिया माने पॉलिटी वाज डैमेज्ड. सेही बली गोटे परिस्थिति रे बक्सी जगबंधु को बरी जने लोको to rally everybody behind and to stand up and fight so vigorously. It was just amazing. And सेठी गोटे खाली कथा कहया को चाहिबी से बोका नथिले. And he was a master strategist. The rebellion proper may have been quelled within 4 months, but he remained at large for 8 long years, fighting guerrilla wars at different points.
That's no mean feat. So
that's no mean feat at all. And it actually forced the government to adopt a conciliatory approach. And I will beg to differ with great respect, sir. It was never a surrender. It was never an abject surrender. See, tankar terms are
I said that. I mean,
sir,
surrender on conditions highly respectable, highly honorable conditions.
Sir, in fact, I have written in my book, se atma prakash kale, atma samarpana kari nahanti. Se atma prakash kale. Tanko pension diya gala, thik achi. Gote condition kya gala, you cannot leave Cuttack without informing the collector or something like that. Tanko pension diya utala 100 टका diya utala 125 टका 150 टका CB paile se पर्यंत. See किंतु तांका terms and conditions रे आसीथिले. Mu sir, I'll just read out one small passage. जेतबेले माने विद्रोहटा आरंभ होबार पूर्व दिन राति रे, when he has sent all his troops from deep inside the Rodong forest, जोटी तांकर कैंप थिला, से लिखिले, sorry, निजर प्रिय ओडिशा भूमि भारत भूखंडर हुएत एक कियोदांश होई पारे, किंतु एही प्रयास केवल एठारे ही सीमित रहिबो नाही. जंगल रे निया व्यापीबा परी दिने निश्चित भाव में यह समग्र भारत को घेरी जीवो. किंतु ए संग्राम केवल हारजितर संग्राम नुहे. एटी हारजितर माने एक बार भिन्न. मेरुदंड भांगी पड़िथिबा मनीषटीए अंटा सड़खी उठी ठिया हेबा परी आज प्रत्येक ओडिया हृदय रे अदम्य इच्छा मुंड टेकी ठिया हबाकू ओडिया चाहे ना प्रतिशोध ओडिया चाहे ना अन्य उपरे कौनसी अधिकार साब्यस्त करिबा ओडिया चाहे ना केउठी भी अनधिकार प्रवेश ओडिया चाहे आत्मसम्मान जीवन ओडियार एही आत्मसम्मान ही तो दिने चंडाशोक को धर्माशोक परिणत करने को बाध्य करिथिला सात समुद्र को आयत्त करिवार दुस्साहस देइथिला विशाल श्रीमंदिर और कोणार्क परि स्थापत्य गढ़ी तोलिथिला जवनकर बारंबार चेष्टा सत्वे निजर इष्ट देवता जगन्नाथ को निज छाती रे भिड़ी धरिथिला सेही आत्मसम्मान पाई तो ए विप्लव जगन्नाथ उद्देश्य हाथ जोड़िले बक्सी मो पिला मानकु चाहिथिबो प्रभु सो दिस इज आई थिंक दिस इज द सेंट्रल पॉइंट सेंट्रल थीम ऑफ द नॉवेल आत्मसम्मान रो युद्ध सो सेथि आई एम रियली अमेज्ड यस
to conduct a guerrilla now I think you are in the middle of writing a prequel, not a sequel, to Boxi Jagabandhu. So in a way, it's a trilogy on the assertion and the evolution of Odia identity in the 19th century.
Exactly, sir.
So begins with Jai Rajaguru through Boxi Jagabandhu, reaches climax with Madhusudan Das.
Sir, sir.
So you can think of all your three novels as part of a larger project.
Sir, one may think like that.
Yeah, but I think the order is, the chronological order of their
Sir,
publication and writing is slightly
Sir, but that is why, because unlike Boxi,
yes,
we have a lot of materials now.
Yes.
Most of it, and some of it you must have seen in our Museum of Justice also.
Yes, yes, yes.
But a major part of Joy Rajaguru's campaign is still shrouded in mystery. I had myself been to British Library in London. I have tried to find out, you need a long time to, find out those the handwritten documents.
Yes.
So it's very difficult, and so a part of it is actually shrouded, as I said, in mystery. So I thought I'll postpone it to later. And in fact, my Boxi Jagabandhu novel, the prologue is about Joy Rajaguru.
Okay, yeah.
I thought that is the least I could do.
Yes.
ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ କିଛିଟା ଲିଖିଛି ତାଙ୍କ
So
ବିଷୟରେ
କେବେ ଆମେ କେବେ ସେ ନଭେଲଟା ପାଇବା କେବେ
Sir,
ପାଠକମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆପଣ ସେ ଉପନ୍ୟାସଟା ଉପହାର ଦେବେ ଆଶା କରୁଛନ୍ତି I know you are extremely busy
sir, as quickly as possible,
okay
humanly possible.
yes that's a very tactful, elegantly tactful response to yes. So now let's go then you move further back in time. Was Jasodhara published after Boxi or before?
After Boxi.
After Boxi.
After
So
Boxi.
what led you to, of course, Odisha has a rich Buddhist heritage. The bedrock of Odishan culture, as Dr. Mansingh says, is Buddhist. So Odisha has a long tryst with Buddhism. What led you back in time to this character of Jasodhara, and what motivated you to explore this little known life? In Odisha, not many people are aware of. Yeah. So please.
No, I have been a great admirer of Lord Buddha. The more I read about him, the more my heart swells with admiration. A human being, in flesh and blood, could attain to such level is something amazing. So I've always been a great admirer of Lord Buddha. I've been reading a lot of books about Buddha and Buddhist literature, both in Odia as well as in English. Suddenly, one day it struck to my mind, what about Jashodhara? Fine, Buddha one day announces that I'm leaving home. I'll find out the answers to the pertinent questions of life. What happened to that lady then? As my bhauja Mrinalini Padhi is here, she once asked me, तुमे नारी हृदयर एते कथा बुझी परला केमती मु तांको उत्तर दिथिली मु निजे नारी ही जैथिली and in fact I'm serious about it. I wanted to find out ठीक अछि तमे गलो तपस्या कलो कठिन तपस्या कलो severe austerities you practiced for a long time, you attained enlightenment, all right, and even the Buddhist literature, whatever little they have said about Jashodhara, this we can feel that she's a very self-assertive, independent-minded, and spiritually advanced lady. Even Buddha has तांकर केतोड जगह मु पढिछि जोटी से कहिसेंती जे मोर जते डिसाइपल सबुट एडवांस रले जसोधरा ତାଙ୍କର ଅଲଗା ନାଁ ଦିଆହେଇଥିଲା ବୁଦ୍ଧିଷ୍ଟ ଇଏରେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଯଶୋଧରା ବୋଲି ଆମେ କହିବା। On the spiritual plane, she had attained to the same level of enlightenment that Buddha did. ତାଙ୍କ କିନ୍ତୁ as a lady, as a woman, ସେଟା ତ କେବେ ଯିବନି। ତାଙ୍କ ସ୍ୱାମୀ ଦୂରେଇ ଗଲେ, ତାଙ୍କ ପୁଅକୁ ତାଙ୍କଠୁ ଦୂରେଇ ଦିଆଗଲା, ତାଙ୍କ ପୁଅ ବି ମାନେ ଜଣେ ସଂଘରେ ଜଏନ୍ କଲେ। ସେ ନାରୀ ହୃଦୟରେ କ'ଣ ହେଇଥିବ ତାକୁ ମୁଁ ଏକ୍ସପ୍ଲୋର କରିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିଛି। କିଛିଟା ଯାହା ଆଭେଲେବଲ୍ ଥିଲା ବୁଦ୍ଧିଷ୍ଟ ଲିଟରେଚର, ବାକି ତକ ମୋର ଇମାଜିନେସନରୁ। ଆଣ୍ଡ
ତେଣୁ ଏ ଉପନ୍ୟାସରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର କଳ୍ପନା ଉପରେ ଆପଣ ବେଶୀ
ନିଶ୍ଚିତ
ଓଜନ ବେଶୀ ବେଶୀ ଚାପ ପକେଇଛନ୍ତି।
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା, ମୋର ସେ ବହିଟା ନାହିଁ, ନହେଲେ ମୁଁ
ୟା ଦେହରେ ଆମେ ପଢିକି ଶୁଣିବା।
ମୁଁ ପଢି ଦେଇଥାନ୍ତି ସେ ବହିଟା। ହଁ
ଆସିଛି ତ
ଅଛି ଅଛି। ଆଇ ୱିଲ୍ ଜଷ୍ଟ ରିଡ୍ ଆଉଟ୍। ଯେତେବେଳେ ଲାଷ୍ଟରେ ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଟପିକକୁ ସେ ଯଶୋଧରାଙ୍କ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ମୁଁ I have tried to, I mean, put forth that question. Is it necessary to leave home and hearth to attain spiritual wisdom? घर द्वार तामने आमर जो मनीष भितर जो फीलिंग जो भाव तार कोन किछि माने नै। सो शी आस्क्स द क्वेश्चन टू बुद्ध, लॉर्ड बुद्ध, जे आपण संघर जो नियम एते कठिन नियम करचंती जे केही बाहाई परिबेनी, केही माने घर संसार करि परिबेनी, ताको आपण कोहळ करिया पड़िबो। से सेही माध्यम रे कहिचंती। बुद्ध तांको कहउचंती, से तांको पचारले, तापर लास्ट पचारले मु आपण कहिथिले आपण कोन कले से विषय रे। शी वाज अ वेरी टफ लेडी। से पचारले, तांको बुद्ध पचारछु तुमे कोन चाहो जसो? केवल मात्र गोटिए प्रतिश्रुति, धर्म मार्ग रे आसीबा पई काहारी को संसार त्याग करिया को बाध्य करा जीवा नाही। जे स्वतःप्रवृत्त भाव रे आसीबा को चाहिबो ताकू निज परिवार लोकन को प्रत्यक्ष अनुमति नबा को हबो। धर्म मार्ग रे संसार त्याग जे अवश्यम भाबी ए जुक्ति को आपण निजे सर्वसम्मुख रे खंडन करिवे। आपण जेते कहिले भी साधारण लोकन आगे आपण भगवान, से माने अंधपरी आपण कथा को ग्रहण करिनेबा को चाहती। मु सेपरी करी नाही बोली कहूची। दिस इज अनदर थिंग दैट आई वांटेड टू पोर्ट्रे। शी नेवर फॉलोड द बुद्ध ब्लाइंडली। से निजे ध्यान करचंती, निजे करचंती, बुद्धंकर बाणी को ग्रहण करचंती, किंतु बुद्धं को अनुसरण करि नाहंती। सो बुद्धंकर रिएक्शन सेटा दैट इज आई थिंक इंपोर्टेंट। पुणी ध्यानमग्न हेले बुद्ध। जशोधरांक चक्षुद्वय होईगला मुद्रित। तांक मानस पटरे उद्भासित हैला बुद्ध निज चेतना को सम्मिलित करि दैछंती तांक चेतना सहित। कारण बाय दैट टाइम जशोधरा भी सेई लेवल को जाई सारिथिले। तेणु से जानि पड़थुले भी, बसिकी भी जानि पड़थुले बुद्ध को कॉन्शियसनेस को लेवल को गलानी। बुद्ध प्रत्यक्ष अनुभव करबा को चाहंती जशोधरांकर से रातिर वेदना को, जो रातिर से छाड़ी जाइथिले वेदना को। पुरुष होई नारी को बुझिबा संभव नुहे। बुद्ध पालटी जाइछंती नारी जशोधरा, तांको प्राण प्रिया गोपा। से संतापित होउछंती गोपा हृदयर वेदन रे। गला शुष्क, सबुकिछि हराई थिबार अवर्णनीय ज्वाला, चारियाड अंधकार छन्न। तापर कहिछंती तुम प्रस्ताव रे मु राजी जसो। तामाने आई वांटेड टू से दैट बुद्ध से तो गोटे लाइन रे चली गले, ठीक अछि, इज द ग्रेटेस्ट ह्यूमन बीइंग एवर बोर्न, मु आज भी कहबी। किंतु एई जो पाटा रही जाइथिला गोटे नारी हृदय कौन घटी सेटा से जानी पार नथिले। तेणु से निजको जेहेतु तांकर स्पिरिचुअली से एडवांस थिले, से निजको से ढांचा रे पकेकी बुझिले। दैट इज व्हाट आई वांटेड टू क्वेश्चन।
आपण बुद्ध कर पत्नी ऊपर लिखिले, आपण बक्सी जगबंधु ऊपर लिखिले, तापर जय राजगुरु ऊपर लिखिबे एवं मधुसूदन दास ऊपर लिखिले,
बाजीराव को ऊपर भी।
ना मु सेइत में कहूची तापर बोधे आपण घर बाहुडीबा इच्छा हला। आपण ढेंकानाल लोक, तेणु सेइत में ढेंकानाल जने सेमती जने आमे जहाँ कुछ प्रवाद पुरुष पिलाटा पुरुष भी हेबार सुजोग पाई नथिला, 12 वर्ष मरीगला। आपण घर को फेरिले बाजीराउत उपरे जो लिखिले तापर टिके हम कहंतु, तापर हम प्रश्नोत्तर आड़ी के जिबा।
बाजीराउत को विषय तो लिखिबा सेटा से तार कारण हला गोटे जगह मु पढ़िली जे जने लिखिला ना ना से बाजीराउत कथाटा पूरा मिछ। सी तार सकाळु सिटी संध्या बेले सिटी बुलथला, ताकू गुली जो फायरिंग हला तादर बाजी गला, से मरी गला, ताकू आमे ग्लोरीफाई करछे। केते दूर सत मु सेटा कहि परिबिनी, किंतु एकथा हिस्टोरिकल प्रमाण अछि जे बाजीराउत को संगे आ 5 जन पिला भी मरिथिले। से 6 जन जाक पिलांकर मृतदेह को कटक अना जाइथिला, सगडरे खाननगर श्मशान को निया जाइथिला, एवं ता भितर जने सगड बाहुतरे सची राउतरा नि जाय। एटा तो मिछ नुहे। जदि गोटे एक्सीडेंट हेइतिला ताले से माने काहे के करथिले। तो मोर इच्छा हला 6 जन जाक गोटे एक्सीडेंट मरी गेले। तो मु भाबिली जे मु ढेंकानालिया हिसाब रे, माने मो घरटा ढेंकानाल, मु ढेंकानालिया नुहे, हाँ ନାଇଁ 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 କାଳେ ଆପଣ କହିଦେବେ ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ଆଗତୁରା ନିଜକୁ କହିଦେଲି। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଭାବିଲି ଯେ ମୋର ମାଟି ପ୍ରତି କ'ଣ ଏତେ ସତରେ ସେ ପିଲାଟା ଯେ one who has given the supreme sacrifice, ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ ଗ୍ଲୋରିଫାଏ କରିବା ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତେ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଏତେ ତାଙ୍କର ବିଟ୍ସ ଆଣ୍ଡ ପିସେସ୍ କରିକି ତାଙ୍କ ଜୀବନକୁ ଏମିତି ଡାଇସେକ୍ଟିଂ କରିବା। ଆଚ୍ଛା, ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ବାଜି ଗୋଟେ କଥା ତାପରେ ଜଣାପଡ଼ିଲା ତାଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ ଯେଉଁ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ହେଇଛି, ଯେତିକି ବି ହେଇଛି, ହି ୱାଜ୍ ମେମ୍ବର ଅଫ୍ ସମଥିଙ୍ଗ କଲ୍ଡ ବାନର ସେନା। ବାନର ସେନା ୱାଜ୍ ଦି ଚିଲଡ୍ରେନ୍ସ ୱିଙ୍ଗ ଅଫ୍ ପ୍ରଜା ଆନ୍ଦୋଳନ ସେତେବେଳେ ଚାଲିଥିଲା। ପ୍ରଜା ଆନ୍ଦୋଳନ ମାନେ ଫାଇଟ୍ ଫର୍ ସିଭିଲ୍ ଲିବର୍ଟିଜ୍। ସେଠି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ମୁଁ ବାଜି ରାଉତଙ୍କ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ କହିଲି। ବାଜି ରାଉତ ତା ମାଆକୁ ପଚାରୁଛି ଯେ ମା, ରଜାଙ୍କ ଠାରୁ ମାନେ ପ୍ରଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ କିଏ, ନା ପ୍ରଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ରଜା? ଯେ ପ୍ରଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ଯଦି ରଜା, ତାହେଲେ ରଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ କିଏ? ତା ମା କହିଲା ପାଟି କରନି, ରଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ କେହି ନଥାନ୍ତି। ସେ ଏ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ପଚାରେ। ତାଙ୍କୁ ସାରଙ୍ଗଧର ଦାସ, ଯାହାଙ୍କୁ ଗଡ଼ଜାତ ଗାନ୍ଧୀ ବୋଲି କୁହାଯାଏ, ତାଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ ଭାଷଣ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ସେ କ'ଣ କହିଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ସେଇଟା କହୁଛି। ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ସରି, ବୈଷ୍ଣବ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ବୀର ବୈଷ୍ଣବ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ, ସାରଙ୍ଗଧର ଦାସ ସେ କହିଛନ୍ତି, ସେ ଗୋଟେ ଭାଷଣ ଦେଉଛନ୍ତି। ଭାଷଣ ଦେଇକି ଢେଙ୍କାନାଳ ରାଜ୍ୟର ଆପଣମାନେ କିଏ, ଶାନ୍ତ କଣ୍ଠରେ ପଚାରିଲେ ବୈଷ୍ଣବ। ପ୍ରଜା, ସମବେତ ସ୍ୱରର ଜନତାଙ୍କର। ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଶାସକ କିଏ? ଆମ ରାଜା, ସମବେତ ସ୍ୱର। ରାଜା ବଡ଼ ନା ପ୍ରଜା ବଡ଼? ବୈଷ୍ଣବଙ୍କର ଏକି ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ। ସମସ୍ତେ ନିଜ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ଟୁପୁରୁ ଟାପୁରୁ ହେଲେ। ବାଜିଆ ଦେହରେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଖେଳିଗଲା ତଡ଼ିତ, କାରଣ ବାଜିଆ ସବୁବେଳେ ଏ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ପଚାରୁଥିଲା। ବସିଥିବା ଜାଗାରେ ଠିଆ ହେଇ ପଡ଼ିଲା ସେ। ରାଜା ହେଲେ ଶାସକ, ଭଗବାନ ନୁହନ୍ତି। ରାଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ କିଏ ଅଛି ଜାଣନ୍ତି? ବୈଷ୍ଣବଙ୍କର କଥା ଅଟକିଗଲା। ସେ ଆଶା କରୁଥିଲେ ସମବେତ ଜନତାଙ୍କରୁ ଏହାର ଉତ୍ତର। ସମସ୍ତେ କିନ୍ତୁ ନିରୁତ୍ତର। ରାଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ପୁଣି କିଏ? ସମସ୍ତେ ଟୁପଟାପ ହେବାକୁ ଲାଗିଲେ। ବାଜିଆ ଦେହରେ ଖେଳିଗଲା ଶିହରଣ। ରାଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ କିଏ? ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଦୋହରାଇଲେ ବୈଷ୍ଣବ। ହଉ ତେବେ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଉତ୍ତର। ରାଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ହେଲେ ପ୍ରଜା। ଖୁବ୍ ଶାନ୍ତ ଅଥଚ ସ୍ଥିର କଣ୍ଠରେ କହିଲେ ବୈଷ୍ଣବ। ଗୋଟିଏ ଚାପା ଗୁଞ୍ଜରଣ ଖେଳିଗଲା ସଭାସ୍ଥଳରେ। ତାଙ୍କ ମୁଣ୍ଡ ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି ତ? ପ୍ରଜା ପୁଣି ରାଜାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ? ମୁଁ ଜାଣେ ଏ କଥାକୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ସହଜରେ ଗ୍ରହଣ କରିବେ ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଭାବନ୍ତୁ ତ, କାହା ପାଇଁ ରାଜା ଗାଦିରେ ବସନ୍ତି? ସେଇ ପ୍ରଜାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ। ତାଙ୍କ କାମ କ'ଣ? ପ୍ରଜାଙ୍କ ହିତ ସାଧନ କରିବା। ତାହେଲେ ପ୍ରଜା ବଡ଼ ନା ରାଜା ବଡ଼? ପ୍ରଜାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ରାଜା, ପ୍ରଜାଙ୍କୁ ନେଇକି ରାଜା, ଆଉ ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ କଥା ହେଲା ପ୍ରଜା ହିଁ ରାଜା। This actually echoes with the sentiment embedded in our constitution the constitution of India. So where the civil liberties find the utmost expression through the preamble and the other articles, which form the fundamental rights.
ସେଇ ସମୟରେ ବି ଏଇ ପ୍ରକାରର ଚେତନା ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ସବୁଆଡ଼େ ବିଚ୍ଛୁରିତ ହେଇଛି। ତେଣୁ
ଏଟା ଗଡ଼ଜାତରେ ସେ ଜିନିଷ ନଥିଲା, ତେଣୁ ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ
ଆପଣ ଯେଉଁ ବହି ଏଠିକି ଆଣିନାହାନ୍ତି ବା ଯେଉଁ ବହି ବିଷୟରେ ଆପଣ ଏଠି ଆଲୋଚନା କରୁନାହାନ୍ତି, ସେଇଟା ହେଉଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ବାପାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ଲେଖିଥିବା ତାଙ୍କର ଜୀବନୀ। ସେ ଜୀବନୀ ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ତନ୍ନ ତନ୍ନ କରି ପଢ଼ିଛି। ସେଥିରେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଛି ବିମଳ ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ ଯେତିକି କଥା ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି, ଆପଣ ନିଜ ବିଷୟରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ବେଶ କିଛି ସେଥିରେ ଅଛି। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ କ'ଣ ଆଶା କରିବା ଯେ ଆଉ କିଛି ଦିନ ପରେ ଆପଣ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆତ୍ମଜୀବନୀ ଲେଖିବେ, ନା ସେତିକିରେ ରହିଯିବ? ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି ସେଇଟା ବି ଗୋଟେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଉପନ୍ୟାସ, ଗୋଟେ ଆକର୍ଷକ ପୁସ୍ତକ ହେଇ ବାହାରନ୍ତା। ତେଣୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ସମୟ ପାଇବେ ବା ହୁଏତ ରିଟାୟାର କଲା ପରେ ଆପଣ ଅନ୍ତତଃ ଗୋଟେ ଆତ୍ମଜୀବନୀ ଲେଖିବାର କଥା ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି କି?
ଆତ୍ମଜୀବନୀ ଲେଖିଲା ଭଳିଆ ବୟସ ବୋଧେ ମୋର ହେଇନି, ତଥାପି ନାଇଁ, ଆପଣ କହିଲେ ବହୁତ ଲୋକ ମୋତେ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ତେଣୁ ସେଥିରେ ହଁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଲେଖାଯାଇପାରେ। ଲାଇଫରେ ବହୁତ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ହେଇଛି, ବହୁତ ଅପ୍ସ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଡାଉନ୍ସ, ଆଣ୍ଡ ଲାଇଫ୍ ହାଜ୍ ଟେକନ୍ ମି ଥ୍ରୁ ମେନି twists and turns which may probably be interesting to others.
That book is also partially your autobiography to some extent.
Well, I couldn't remove myself from my father.
Yes, so
I had to.
So that's all the more reason why you should write an autobiography in the
I
near
think so.
future.
I think so.
Yeah. ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି ମୁଁ ପ୍ରଥମ କଥା କହିବି ଯେ ମୁଁ ଏ ଯେଉଁ ଅଡ଼ିଏନ୍ସକୁ ମାନେ ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ ଜଣେଇବି, କାରଣ ଲଞ୍ଚ ସେସନ୍ ପରେ ବୋଧେ ପୃଥିବୀରେ 3-4ଟା ସେସନ୍ ପୁରା ଏମିତି ସମସ୍ତେ ଭର୍ତ୍ତି ହେଇଥିବେ ଚେୟାର। ତେଣୁ ଆଜି ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ସବୁଠୁ ସଫଳ ଆମର କଳିଙ୍ଗ ମହୋତ୍ସବର। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କିଛି ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରିବାର ସମୟ ଆସିଛି। ମୁଁ ପ୍ରଥମେ କହିବି ଯେ ମୃଣାଳିନୀ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍, ଆପଣ ଖୁସି ସାର୍ଙ୍କ ଉତ୍ତରରେ? ସାର୍ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରିଥିଲେ, ଆଉ ଅନ୍ୟମାନେ ଯିଏ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ପଚାରୁଛନ୍ତି କ୍ୱିକଲି।
But you had asked me that question and that was my answer, isn't it? ଆପଣ ମୋତେ ପଚାରିଥିଲେ।
ମାନେ Jasodhara padla pare, I realized that it is so intimately she is able to describe the feelings of a wife who is left behind. All of a sudden, na ki kichi tara nathila pratikriya. So ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ପଚାରିଥିଲି ଯେ how could you get into the heart of a woman?
No, but the answer he gave, are you satisfied with that?
And
Okay. Okay, I think we should now invite questions from the audience. We have time for only 2 or 3 quick questions. Then we'll wind up this session.
ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଚାରିଟା ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ମୁଁ ପଢ଼ିଛି, ସବୁ ଇତିହାସବାଦ ଉପରେ ଆଧାରିତ। କେବେ ଚିନ୍ତା କରିଛନ୍ତି କି ନବ ଇତିହାସବାଦ ଉପରେ କିଛି ଲେଖିବେ?
ନବ ଇତିହାସ ମାନେ
ନବ ଇତିହାସବାଦ ମାନେ ମୁଁ
ହିଷ୍ଟୋରିସିଜମ ଯୋଉ କହୁଛନ୍ତି
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଗୋଟେ ଫ୍ୟାକ୍ଟ we have already believed.
ସାର୍ ଏକାଡେମିକ୍ସ ମାନେ very boring, ସାର୍ ନ କରନ୍ତୁ ସେଇଟା।
No, but I'm writing on something which can fit into this category, which is about
ସେଥିପାଇଁ ପଚାରିଲି
which is about a no, is about a criminal case,
sir.
the famous trunk murder case. In fact, I've completed the novel. I'm just revising it. Probably that novel will come out earlier than Joy Rajguru. It is about an actual case. It's about the judgment. You know, as a lawyer, you know, Mr. Mahanti, how famous that case is,
Sir.
trunk murder case.
Sir.
But the judgment only tells half the story. The remaining part, which is hidden, that is what I'm going to write. Along with the judgment, of course, along with the legal part, but it will be fictionalized. So that could fit into what you are saying.
Sir.
Any other questions?
न्यायमूर्ति महोदय को मोर विनम्र प्रश्न, आपणकर मु 4टी नोवेल पढ़ी। आपण जने न्यायमूर्ति हिसाब से आम जितेबले जुडिशियरी इज टेम्पल ऑफ जस्टिस, एक्ट ऑफ एडवोकेट इज एक्ट ऑफ प्रीस्ट टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट जस्टिस, एवं आम एडवोकेट एक्ट देखुचे रोल ऑफ लॉयर, एवं आपण जो मधुबाबू ऊपर विपद मधुबाबूर जो कर्तव्य निष्ठा प्रतिपादन करिसंती, मोर आपण को अनुरोध, आपण बायोग्राफी संगे जुडिशियरी एक्ट ऑफ एडवोकेट, role of advocate, and what are the minimum ingredients required for each lawyer for the distributive justice, सेई थे जदि आपण लेख निश्चय लिखिबे ता समाज पई अतुलनीय दान हबो।
देखो सेटा ऑलरेडी मु हमर ए विपत्तु मधुसूदन रे मधुबाबू जेतले केस टाको प्रिपेयर करूछंती विथ हिज जूनियर, हाउ यू आर टू अप्रोच सेटा से बहुत विविडली मु डिस्क्राइब करिछि। मु सेटा तो को बहिरे लिखाइ नि, फ्रॉम माय एक्सपीरियंस एज अ लॉयर एंड एज अ जज आल्सो मु सेठू उद्धृत करिछि। बर्तमान एबे जो बहिटा भी जोटा कहली आपन को ट्रंक मर्डर केस रे, सेतरे गोटा पार्ट पूरा ट्रायल, इट इज अबाउट 2 lawyers opposing each other. So सेतरे भी सेई चरित्र माध्यम रे मु आपन जो कथा कहू सेटा ही मु निश्चित भाव रे आई विल ड्रॉप दोस थिंग्स और करिछि, करियो चेष्टा मते करिछि।
आउ जदि प्रश्न किछि न थाए ताहले आमे एठी ए सेशन रो शेष करिबा, एवं I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For being
Thank
a
you.
wonderful audience. And thank
Sir,
I
you,
would
sir.
like
for your-
to
It is an
request
honor to
Ashok
invite
sir.
me here.
Now I would like to request Ashok sir to felicitate our panelists.
Actually, Justice Mishra has talked about Justice Mishra has talked about the great, the court case which Madhusudan Das fought before the Privy Council. Calcutta High Court, Calcutta High Court. In fact, I have gone through all the relevant records when I was writing my book, Gajapati, a King Without a Kingdom. I mean, you are basically trying to sort of conceptualize a narration. That's a fantastic way of writing. But then, I have restricted myself to the factual aspects. And it was very difficult to get those records. And sir, you may kindly go through my book, you will have and secondly, you see, the statesman had, extensively reported about this case in those days. And when I was, sort of going through this, when it's sort of searching the records, I found that these old newspapers were there in their strong room in Kidarpur, the storehouse. And I had a batchmate of mine in Calcutta who was the principal chief commissioner. He tried his best but could not. But somehow I could get that, strong room opened and go get those papers. So I have the privilege of, I can share those papers with you. And then, sir, secondly, you mentioned about the Bakshi Jagabandhu case. Sir, I have the pleasure of informing you that I have been able to collect the records from the British library, the correspondence between the collector and the India office, the Calcutta ministry, then the British office, and also about the petitions made to the collector Puri, and those make very fine reading. So, but then I must tell you that we enjoyed your
Sir, see, your newspaper, I have myself, I have collected it from from National Library at Calcutta. Say, statesman ro say entire tamutar taku scan kori ke ancho amar ame we had gone as a judicial history. And second thing, I'm khali koi duchi apnaku jo madhubamkar jo case record ta, the entire case record is available in Katak amaro judicial archives re. तार स्कैन कॉपी टा मो पाखे अछि जोटी मधुबंकर दस्खत भी अछि आज पर्यंत.
Thank you. So we had a wonderful session, and
we would also like to request Justice Pramod Patnaik and Justice P. Narsingh on the stage. I would request everybody to be settled as we are to begin our next session. A very warm afternoon to all the ladies and gentlemen present over here. We now move to a session that bridges timeless wisdom with modern living, the Vivekananda Handbook. Today, we explore the enduring legacy of Swami Vivekananda, how his teaching serves as a practical guide for the youth and leaders. Now, I will request our panelists, Mr. Anshul Chaturvedi and Mr. K.K. Das, onto the dais. To lead this discussion, please welcome Anshul Chaturvedi. He is an esteemed author and a senior media professional with a deep fascination for historical narratives and leadership. In his work, he masterfully decodes Vivekananda's philosophy, making it accessible and relevant for a 21st century audience. Joining him in the conversation is our moderator, Mr. K.K. Das, a respected academician and thinker. Professor Das has a profound understanding of Indian heritage and value-based education. Together, they will unpack the roadmap for the life found within the pages of the handbook. The session is for 30 minutes. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. And we have a book and we have an author who, in a way, going to present the eternal message that Swami Vivekananda represented and perhaps articulated to a global audience, also to all of us as well. When he spoke in Chicago, 1893, 11 September, my brothers and sisters, that was perhaps he received the thunderous applause. इतने ताली शायद और किसी के स्पीच पे नहीं लगे होंगे जितने ताली श्री विवेकानंद जी के स्पीच पे लगे, क्योंकि उन्होंने लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन ना कहकर भाई और बहन करके संबोधित किया. तो विवेकानंद वो ट्रेडिशन को रिप्रेजेंट किए जो हजारों साल से उपनिषद की नॉलेज का उन्होंने सार को कह लीजिए, निचोड़ को कह लीजिए, उसको रिप्रेजेंट किए। विवेकानंद जी अमेरिका से आने के बाद, रामकृष्ण मिशन एस्टेब्लिश करने के बाद, उसको दुनिया की वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट वेदांतिक इंस्टीट्यूशन डेवलप करने के बाद उनके ऊपर काफी किताबें लिखे गए हैं। भले ही किताब अंग्रेजी में है, ऑडियंस के लिए, सबके लिए हम हिंदी और अंग्रेजी दोनों भाषा के इस्तेमाल करेंगे। और मैं अभी अंशुल जी, जो कि खुद मीडिया से हैं, रिफ्लेक्टिव थिंकर हैं, मैनेजमेंट लीडरशिप पे काम भी करते हैं और नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को ट्रेन भी करते हैं, तो मेरा पहला सवाल उनको है कि विवेकानंद जी के ऊपर इतने सारे चीजें लिखे गए हैं और खुद विवेकानंद ऐसे थे जो खुद भी लिखे हैं, और उनके अगर आप विवेकानंद जी की लाइफ वर्क, कंप्लीट वर्क से विवेकानंद जी देखेंगे तो आपको वो मिल भी जाएंगे। और काफ़ी चीज़ों पे उन्होंने उस टाइम के हिस्ट्री, पॉलिटिक्स, इकोनॉमी, कल्चर, वेमेन, मैन, कास्ट, ऐसा कोई शायद ही इशू हो जो स्वामी जी विवेकानंद जी उसको टच न किए हो। तो अभी अंशुल जी से ये पहला सवाल रहेगा कि विवेकानंद जी के ऊपर किताब क्यों, अब क्यों और ऐसे क्यों? हैंडबुक अगर आप लिख रहे हैं तो हैंडबुक का मतलब होता है कि मैं हाथ में लेके चल सकता हूँ, ये मुझे वजन नहीं हो लगेगा। तो 150-200 ग्राम की किताब है, लेकिन ये किताब क्यों, किसके लिए, विवेकानंद जी के ऊपर ही क्यों? उनको नाम को लेकर हम क्या नया कह सकते हैं जो विवेकानंद जी के ऊपर अभी तक नहीं कहा गया? तो होपफुली दैट इज प्रोवोकेटिव एनफ टू स्टार्ट विद दैट क्वेश्चन। अंशुल जी, ओवर टू यू।
आपने कहा ऐसा क्या ही है जो उनके ऊपर नहीं कहा गया, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि जो कुछ कहा गया उसमें से कितना कुछ पढ़ा गया है। In India, when you have a great man, you think you know him.
Yes.
So if I say, do you understand Gandhi? People will give you one, yeah, I know about Gandhi, Charkha, right?
Charkha,
Do you
Satyagraha,
understand?
non-violence, something like that.
So my limited take is that, so I have one book on Vivekanand, I have another book which is fictional on Subhash. And when people say, oh, everybody knows about these people, I said, no, what do you know about them? You know the WhatsApp forward summary about them. Who's Subhash Bose? Subhash Bose is reduced to one line. तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं तुम्हें आज़ादी दूंगा। I mean,
और दिल्ली चलो
मतलब, which of course दिल्ली नहीं चले थे finally. So what does that even mean? But that's all. That's about it. And I tell people that when I look at how people talk about Subhash, I have to remind them he was not born wearing jackboots. You only seem to remember Subhash in jackboots as if he was, in the army from the age of 11.
Yes.
But that's not him. You've forgotten his history.
Yes.
So, and what do you read about him? You read about him, did he die? Did he not die? What happened? I'm saying, by the way, would you also want to read how he lived? That seems to be omitted. So Subhash's life seems to begin when he began wearing jackboots and finishes in the conspiracy of his death. Nobody reads Subhash Bose, with all due regards. They think they know him. That's not true. And Vivekananda is a WhatsApp forward. Arise, awake and stop not till the goal is reached.
Yes.
Now what is the damn goal is not open to question. Could be any goal of yours. Apparently Vivekananda has legitimized it. So I'm not sure that is philosophy. That is not really philosophy. But because you see these people's photos all over the place.
Yeah.
Could be anybody. Could be Ambedkar, could be a Gandhi, could be a Subhash, could be Vivekananda. When you see people all over the place, you acquire this false notion that you have actually, you know them. But the reality is that how many people who think that they know them read it. It's almost like in the newspaper industry when we do surveys, right? Readership survey. So what do these agencies do? They go and ask people, have you seen this masthead? Have you seen a paper called The Hindu or The Times of India? And if you say yes, they say, okay, this is one person knows the paper, he reads it. So that is the survey.
Right.
Those people may or may not read the paper. So saying that I have seen The Hindu doesn't mean you have read The Hindu or anything else. So we live in an era where consumption is very, very light. And in fact, and we are guilty in the mass media as well, that the lighter you make it, the more it sells. Problem is that Vivekanand is not here to sell his books by making his writing lighter.
Right.
Today you walk into a bookshop and there is a whole, I remember seeing a picture of a bookstore in America where every title in that section, there were some 12 books. Every one of them was F asterisk C K. So every book needs that in the title. You have to use that language, and suddenly it's very cool. It will sell a lot.
Right.
In that era where award-winning films flop, and the lower the writing quotient, the film actually gets sometimes more audiences. Complexity is a curse. And I realized that when people debated Vivekanand for a long while, and I watched them for many years, I mean, I've been reading Vivekanand since I was around 16. Today I have crossed 50. So I've read him for about 33 and a half decades. But conversation about him, when it would come to me, like, what do you think about this? And there are two different views. And I realized both the views make no sense to me. So the for and the anti. I mean, in 2019, there was this whole debate in JNU, whereas one system wanted his statue up, one wanted it down. And I said, but neither of them understand him at all. So what is the debate about? So also, when I first began writing the book, which I wanted to write, I had to change my publishers more than once, because my first publisher said to me, this is getting to be too much about you and not enough about him.
Okay.
I said, do you think there's a deficiency of work written applauding him? Why do you want the 50th book saying he's a great man? People know he's a great man. That is not the journey I want.
Mm-hmm.
But his greatness, how is it helping me live my life?
Hmm.
If Gandhi ji is a great man, am I supposed to also wear the clothes he wore? Am I supposed to drink goat's milk? What is the correlation of his life to me? I need to know that beyond the greatness of a photograph of a movie. So I was saying to them that for me, from a very early age, and not by deliberate planning, he became my Dale Carney in my teen years. He became my Stephen Covey in my professional years, and largely I count him as my agony aunt as of now. And
So in a way, you talk to him.
In a way, I talked to him because I found almost all my philosophical answers in a single trajectory. And let me also go back and explain this to you why. I'm a very cynical person.
Which Vivekananda was.
Which
He was also a very
but
cynical
I
person.
tell all the people who work with me that please don't be caught in this fabrication of the Paulo philosophy. The universe has no interest in making you happy. The universe does not conspire to give you your dreams. It is not possible. If two teams are playing a cricket final match and both captains wants to win the match in equal shiddat, how can the universe give both teams the World Cup? This makes no sense. So the universe doesn't give a damn for we are too small individually for it to conspire every morning to meet our requirements.
Yes.
Right? If I want this hall to be full in the next 5 minutes, I don't think how the universe will conspire to fill it. So inherently, Vivekananda is not this, oh, the world is here to, give you what you want. He's actually saying most of the time, the world is not a profound place. He's saying, why are you so eager to hold things onto this world? Why do you want this money? Why do you want that affection? Why do you want this? It's all very transient. It's not worth compromising so much.
Mm-hmm.
So he has a dismissive tone towards life. He doesn't have a Instagram tone towards life.
So does that sound like dealing with Maya and Vedanta the way Adi Shankara dealt with it? I'm going little philosophical.
No. So the question
and he perhaps deals with that in a way that a monk would do in a reclusive way, and then perhaps ask us to deal with detachment. Is that what he's trying to say?
That I would need to understand if I was going to start an ashram and be a guru.
Okay.
Since that is not my responsibility in life,
Right.
I have picked up from his life what I need to function effectively as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And what does that mean? I mean, see, Ramakrishna said this once, that in order to kill somebody else,
Mm-hmm.
you need a sword.
Mm-hmm.
But to kill yourself, a needle is sufficient.
Okay.
So to convince others, you may need to have a far larger reading of somebody's universe. But to convince yourself in your universe of living,
Yeah.
how does it matter to my life tomorrow morning when I'm facing work pressure, when I'm facing personal grief, when I'm facing illness? How does it matter to me what Shankaracharya said, which Vivekananda didn't agree with? Am I a priest in the court of a king that I have to debate?
Shastrartha.
Why? I do not need that. I need to live my life. I want that much takeaway. That is it.
Yeah.
Which I have got.
I think that makes profound sense in this way, because today in the generation of Gen Z, आजकल के बच्चे लोग इंस्टाग्राम रील को स्क्रॉल डाउन स्क्रॉल अप करने में ज़्यादा विश्वास रखते हैं, ना कि किताब को फ्लिप थ्रू करें, पढ़ें। तो लेकिन आपने बहुत ही लचीला लाइट तरीके से स्वामी विवेकानंद जी, जो कि थोड़े हेवी फिलॉसफी के प्रतीक हैं, वेदांत, और खास करके उन्होंने एक चीज़ बोले थे कि अगर आपको गॉड को पाना है तो जो शिव जी के मंदिर के अंदर बैठे हैं वो शिव, वो गॉड तो है ही है, लेकिन अगर बाहर जाना है तो गॉड बाहर खड़े हैं। तो इसका मतलब है जीवे शिवा। तो शंकर जो कहते थे कि अहम ब्रह्मस्मि जीव ब्रह्मेव नापर, तो उसको विवेकानंद सामाजिक तरीके से लेके आके कहते हैं कि हर जीव में शिव हैं। और मुझे लगता है अंशुल जी उसी ट्रेडिशन को आगे लेते हुए 21वीं सदी में जैन जी के लिए बोल रहे हैं, अगर हर जीव में शिवा है तो हर जीव कैसे जिएगा, उसके लिए भी विवेकानंद क्या कहते हैं। तो आई थिंक द टाइटल इज जस्टिफाइड, द विवेकानंद हैंडबुक फॉर एवरीडे लिविंग। तो आप एवरीडे लिविंग में जैसे बोलते हैं कि एवरीडे लिविंग में मेरे साथ आप बात कर रहे थे, मेरे पास ट्रैफिक की प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे पास क्लाइमेट चेंज की प्रॉब्लम है, मुझे सांस लेने की दिक्कत है, मेरी तबीयत खराब हो रहा है, मेरे रिश्तों के साथ झगड़ा है, और हो सकता है मेरी बिजनेस में लॉस चल रहा है। तो ऐसे सिचुएशन में मैं विवेकानंद जी को कैसे देखूं, आप कैसे देखते हैं?
मैं आपको एक छोटे मोटे एक दो कोट्स इनके
प्लीज रीड,
but inherently, see, I'll tell you where it comes from. The fundamental flaw when you say Instagram, right, or you say anything else, अब लोग बोलते हैं job stress है. Job stress means what? Will I sustain? Will I retain my job? Will I get my increment? Will I get my promotion? All that.
yes.
Inherently, the root point is fear. You are apprehensive of loss.
बिल्कुल,
Right?
बिल्कुल,
You put money into the stock market, something happened, you are apprehensive of loss.
Yes.
When your blood report comes in and you are scared with what doctor is saying, you're apprehensive of losing your fitness, your mobility, your independence.
Yeah.
Everything that we do and that we seek for comes with its collateral apprehension of loss.
Right.
When a loud person goes to a hospital and the doctor says something dangerous, you apprehend losing them. Vivekanand is not giving you a section by section space. He is giving you a way to fight fear.
Is that a tool that he's giving us, kind of? If you would like to read a passage or a paragraph or a sentence for us.
So, I'll read a few.
Yes,
Three
yes,
or
please.
four.
Yes.
What are things which stayed in my head?
Yes, please. आप मुझे कह सकते हैं पेज नंबर कितना, मेरे पास भी किताब है, कह सकते हैं.
It's fine. To think that this world is the aim and end of life is brutal and degrading. Any man who starts in life with that idea degenerates himself. He will never rise higher. He will never catch this glimpse from behind. He will always be a slave to the senses. He will struggle for the dollar that will give him a few cakes to eat. Better die than lead that life. Or,
powerful words.
in another words, if we do not have the Ganges, shall we drink gutter water? But all of this comes from one sentence. Where it comes from? It comes from the very first point where it's just two lines. Narendra to Ramakrishna. Sir, have you seen God? Ramakrishna to Narendra. Yes, I have seen God. I have seen him more tangibly than I see you. Now, I stop at this because anybody else who's teaching me religion is after this basically faffing. Because whoever is teaching me about God has never said that they have seen God. So they are giving me the interpretation of things. And I'm saying, but if you are as unqualified as I am, why do I need you to guide me? This man had a guru who said he had seen God. And yet he was not in a hurry to believe Ramakrishna. Yet he was a cynic with him as well.
Yes.
So when that man has come to a conclusion, he has a chain going to a man who knew what he was talking about and who was not doing his own marketing to build an empire.
Yes.
Or to be a guru.
Yeah.
So when he says things, I take them seriously. And
In
again,
fact,
on
in-
this point of social reform and all of that, right? So why I said that for me, this is individualistic. It's not about samaj and society. I'll tell you why. So here, we always forget that this world is a means to an end and not an end in itself. If this were the end, we should be immortal here in our physical body. We should never die.
Yes.
But we see people every moment dying around us, and yet foolishly we think that we shall never die. And from that conviction, we come to think that this life is the goal. That is the case with 99% of us. This notion should be given up at once. This world is good so far as it is a means to perfect yourselves. As soon as it has ceased to be so, it is evil.
समझाइए। अब अभी उसका दैनंदिन जीवन के ऊपर, एवरीडे लाइफ के ऊपर क्या हम इससे सीख सकते हैं, तो क्या कह रहे हैं?
तो मैं इसके आगे अपना पैरा बताता हूँ जो मैंने लिखा आफ्टर दिस. This is an interesting thought, and like almost all of what he would say, very disruptive. We are trained to always wish people many, many happy returns of the day. We read news reports on the world's oldest person cutting a cake amidst much fanfare, and so on. Essentially, the longer the body stays here, the happier apparently it is for the individual. Vivekananda, however, says that to think of this life is the goal is an error in itself. And if that is not the goal,
it's an error in itself.
It's an error in itself.
Okay.
And if that is not the goal, what great difference does it make whether we spend 45 or 90 rounds of the sun over here?
अगर वो एरर है कि मैं सोचूं लंबा जीना मेरे लिए आनंददायक है और मेरे लिए, मेरे परिवार के लिए बेनिफिशियल है, अगर उसको मैं विवेकानंद जी के थॉट प्रोसेस से देखूं कि वो सही तरीके से सोचना नहीं हुआ, तो फिर सही तरीके से सोचना अगर है कि मानव शरीर नश्वर है, इट मैटर नहीं करता आप कितने साल जीते हैं, ये कर्म मैटर करता है, तो मैं उसको लेकर मैं कैसे अपने प्राइवेट लाइफ में, कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ में, वर्क लाइफ में इस भाव को मैं कैसे जगा सकता हूँ, और इस भाव से मैं क्या लेके चल सकता हूँ जो मुझे सैनिटी के साथ मुझे शांत भी रखेगा और मुझे समझ भी देगा.
एक लाइन है जो मैंने 20 साल तक अपने टेबल पर रखी थी. This I have seen in life. He who is overcautious about himself falls into danger at every step.
Overcautious.
He who is overcautious about himself falls into dangers at every step. He who is afraid of losing honor and respect gets only disgrace.
Okay.
He who is afraid of losing honor and respect gets only disgrace. He who is afraid of loss always loses.
ये तो हम सारे हैं. हम डरते हैं कि हमारा सम्मान नीचे ना चला जाए, हमें लोग रेस्पेक्ट करना कम ना कर दें, हमारी तनख्वाह ना कम हो जाए.
इस रेडिकलाइजेशन से जब मैं इस पे लिखना शुरू करता हूं तो मेरा दिमाग कहता है that why do you worry about respect and honor? For what is honor but the opinions of others?
बिल्कुल सही. ओके. नहीं, मैं मेरे को जो कंडीशनिंग हुआ ना, मुझे, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ सर, जो पैवलोव की थ्योरी ऑफ कंडीशनिंग है, तो मेरे जो सोसाइटल कंडीशनिंग है वो मुझे कहता है,
हमारी कंडीशनिंग में मैंने क्या सीखा है इनसे कि मिडिल क्लास में जो इंसान बड़ा होता है उसको हम सिखाते हैं हर वक्त डर के रहना कि तुम छूट ना जाओ,
पीछे ना हट जाओ,
तुम एग्जाम में 2 नंबर पीछे छूट ना जाओ. दिल्ली में मेट्रो में घुसने के लिए आपने 2 आदमी को कोहनी नहीं मारा तो आपने जिंदगी में क्या ही किया, क्योंकि आप छूट ना जाओ. दूसरे आदमी को धक्का देकर दफ्तर में आपने इंक्रीमेंट नहीं निकाला तो आपने क्या किया लाइफ में?
आपके अंदर कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पिरिट ही नहीं है.
Exactly. So if you're not a hustler in today's world, you're a loser. Vivekananda tells you, what the hell are you hustling about? What are you going to gain out of this? So the need to have validation is lost. जो आपने शुरू की बात बोली कि children need Instagram validation वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. So my point is that to begin with, I was the only child. After which I was an introvert and a recluse. And then when as a 17-year-old you are holding Vivekananda in your hand na, as a book, it is not cool. That is not the cool question of a 17-year-old boy कि विवेकानंद पढ़ता है.
But ये क्या पढ़ रहे हो?
ये क्या पढ़ रहे हो मतलब यार ये कुछ मतलब I remember one of my mamas came to my house and वो बोला कि कहाँ पर है अंशुल, वो कुछ कहीं ढूंढने गए, कमरा खोला, कमरे में थोड़ा धूप बत्ती जल रहा था, कहते 2 घंटे से बाहर नहीं आया, कहते यार इसको कुछ समझाओ, किसी को दिखाओ. मैंने कहा मैं अभी नाच रहा था रात भर पार्टी में, तो आप कुछ नहीं बोलते, मैं मतलब 2 घंटा ध्यान लगाते आपको दिक्कत लगी मेरे दिमागी हालत में. The point is that you have to understand that when you need validation, especially as a peer validation, I'm sorry, but it is the complete destroyer of people's mental stability.
Yes.
I tell my employees, if as a manager I tell you this work was not good, you think ये बुढ़ा पागल आदमी है, I will ask my sister, she will also tell you पागल है. Your classmate will tell you pagal hai, so they've decided that the boss is mad and they are right. But you can't improve your work with that peer validation. If you want to learn leg spin bowling, and you are bowling and Shane Warne says your bowling is not working, and your mother says no, your bowling is great, that validation is not going to help you in life. So, first of all, validation makes a fool out of you because you don't change, because you think that, oh my god, 4 people are saying I'm good, so I must be good. Because this is support. It's not support. It is just, I mean, there's this line from a famous author saying your drug dealer is not your friend.
Your drug dealer?
Is not your friend. He makes you feel good, but he's not your friend. This is your anti-drug dealer. He says, I don't care what you feel good. This is how it is. Do it or get lost.
Get lost where? Sutala, Vitala, Talatala, 7 talas are there. Where should I go?
No, because you have to pay the price for your fear. So basically, starting at that stage, that I don't need peer validation. I don't need people to endorse me. I don't have a 4 a.m. friend.
Sir, one more query here. At individual level, if I am able to go through the peer review, perhaps do not matter. But we have institutionalized peer review in such a way, if I'm a professor writing in a publication which has ABDC publication and management, I'm looking at peer reviews coming and saying, okay, your literature was bad, your methodology is bad, your paper is not good enough. So now peer reviews have been embedded into promotions, into salary increment, into appreciation and awards, into publications of books and whatever. This book which you have written, some peer might have reviewed at this as well.
So on this note, may I myself come to you and say, see, when this session starts, there are 5 people here.
Yeah.
Right? If I ask somebody, my visiting card is not a bad visiting card. If I ask somebody in the industry of cinema, maybe in Odia cinema, maybe in Bollywood cinema, please put a post, I am going here to talk about this. I will get 50 seats before I reach here. Maybe I'll get a Bollywood person to come here and talk with me. Maybe.
Right.
My publisher says to me, we thought we are doing a book with this journalist, we will get amplification. Tu to baat hi nahi karta hai kitab ka. I said, Bhai Sahab, you have not read the damn book. If I was to sell this book through PR, it would negate the very thought of the damn book. The book starts with 5 words. I do not care for human help. So I will not sell this book using logistics and publicity because I don't need to, first of all. How do I care if it doesn't sell? मेरा कौन सा इससे मकान बन जाना है कि ऑथर को क्या ही मिलता है आपको पता है right as royalty. But when you talked about all of this, right, selling the book, getting an increment, getting a peer review. Now for that, I'll quote him again. There is success and failure in every work. There is success and failure in every work. But I'm inclined to believe that one who's a coward will after death be born as an insect or a worm. Repeating it all. There is success and failure in every work, and that work could be our session, could be the Lit Fest, could be my book, could be your book, could be our academic work, could be our salary, whatever. But I'm inclined to believe that one who is a coward will after death be born as an insect or a worm, that there is no salvation for a coward even after millions of years of penance. So he's scaring me from afterlife also. This life is not, in my view, such a sweet thing that I would long to live through so much care and caution and fear. This life is not, in my view, such a sweet thing that I would long to live through so much care and caution and fear. So the loss of money or the loss of anything else, I cannot bother about and I will not.
Profound in one way or the other.
Subversive,
Yeah.
seditious,
disruptive.
So this is what I wrote. I quote this and then I write. This line of thinking is far more subversive of the status quo than the most extreme Marxist-Leninist ideology. Loss of money or loss of anything else, I cannot bother about and I will not. Seriously. Aren't all our growing years filled with worrying about loss? We bother about the loss of our teachers' patronage and our class fellows' goodwill, the loss of 5 marks in our examinations because of our oversight, the loss of little money. My understanding was that the stress over the loss of money and 100 other things was almost inseparable from life as we know it. Loss and the fear of loss is an integral part of what we are and how we live.
तो इसको कैसे डील करें? जो हारने का, खोने का जो भय है, वो कंडीशनिंग ऐसा इंटीग्रल पार्ट में कराया गया और उसको एक जगह पे इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज कराया गया, भय को जो है ना, कि आप अगर 10 बजे नौकरी पे नहीं पहुंचे, 10:05 को पहुंचे, आपकी आधे दिन की सैलरी काट दी जाएगी। सो हमें जैसे होता ना कि इंसान से काम कैसे करवाया जाए, या तो उसे इंसेंटिव दो या तो उसके अंदर फियर क्रिएट करो, पनिशमेंट और रिवॉर्ड। दीज आर कंसिडर्ड एज टू वेज हाउ वी कैन गेट पीपल वर्क फॉर अस। तो वो इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज कराया गया। जब स्वामी जी एक इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे मुझे कावर्ड के खिलाफ खड़े होने के लिए कह रहे हैं कि करेज के साथ खड़ा रहो, कावर्ड का शायद इमीडिएट ऑपोजिट विल बी करेज, बिकॉज ही ऑलवेज टॉक्ड अबाउट करेज एंड ही हैज एक्चुअली डिसमिस्ड कावर्डिश एज नॉन ह्यूमन, राइट। और एक जगह पे शायद वेदांतिक लेवल पे बोलते हैं कि तुम अगर शिव हो, किस चीज से डरे हो? तो वो कह रहे हैं कि अगर तुम्हारा, तो और एक इंग्लिश सेंटेंस में बोलते हैं कि द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ एजुकेशन इज टू फाइंड आउट द डिविनिटी दैट इज इनहेरेंट इन द ह्यूमन बीइंग। एजुकेशन के ऊपर एक डेफिनेशन होता है स्वामी जी का। तो मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि एक लेवल पे वेदांतिक, मोनास्टिक, आश्रमाइट लाइफ, जहाँ पे इंसान निर्वाण के प्राप्ति के लिए एक करेज को ले सकता है, उसको आपने एक किताब में जो टाइटल दिया कि एवरीडे लिविंग, दैनंदिन जीवन के लिए, हर दिन की जिंदगी के लिए, मैं उसको कैसे जिंदगी में उतारूं, और ये जो स्ट्रगल्स हैं, दूसरे इंसान मुझे जज कर रहे हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशन मुझे जज कर रहा है, मैं उसके साथ कैसे लीड करूं? व्हाट इज द मझधार, व्हाट इज द जैसे बोलते हैं ना, सोड़ के ऊपर चलने वाली स्थिति, कुछ लोग बोलते हैं, तो मैं इसको कैसे संभालूं? अगर आप एक दो लाइन में कुछ कहना चाहें।
मैं आपको एक पैरा बुक से बता देता हूँ, then I'll come to this. So to continue with what he said earlier just now, while Vivekananda was very clear in thinking on loss and response, for me it was very disturbing in many ways. I couldn't even imagine that thinking like that was an option. I cannot bother about, and I will not. Can we live everyday lives like this? It's all fine to talk about that, but beyond that, isn't most of our life about worrying about loss? Did we lose out on those marks in the boards? Did we miss getting into St. Stephen's? Did we miss getting that perfect job? Did we miss on that elusive equation with that almost perfect someone we had once met? Did we miss a great opportunity to gain visibility at work because we didn't show that project? Did we miss making money in the share market because we didn't follow up on a tip? Will we miss catching that flight or the last seat in the metro? Did we miss the first 30 seconds of the online sale? Will we miss that? Will we miss this? We live most of our lives trying not to miss things. और इंडिया में तो वी आर कंडीशन, बेटा बेटा जल्दी करो, ये तुम छूट जाओगे, रह जाओगे, रह जाओगे, रह जाओगे।
सर उसका एक लैंग्वेज है ना, फोमो, fear of missing out.
And then there is an unrealistic man who says that life is not worth all that drama, and so he cannot bother about the loss of money or the loss of anything else. Not because he is high on dope and he doesn't understand all of this, but because he understands what loss implies, and yet he will not be bothered. How very unsettling. And then over time I realized how unconventional but how liberating his way of thinking was.
अगर ये प्रोसेस है, मुझे प्रोसेस से डर लगता है जब मुझे पता नहीं मेरा लक्ष्य क्या है। अगर मैं लक्ष्य की तरफ जा रहा हूँ, मुझे हार जीत का डर नहीं है, जैसे कृष्ण अर्जुन को कहते हैं तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चय, कहते हैं कि अगर तू जीतेगा, जित्वा भुक्ष्यसि महिम,
या तो you will inherit the earth or you will go to heaven. Either way, what is the issue?
So either way there is no issue. Either way it is not an issue. In that sense, then preparing Arjuna to understand the battle is part of life, and then telling him that it doesn't matter whether you get the Indraprastha, Hastinapur or not, but anyway you have to fight, because as a karma yogi, nishkama karma yogi, your task is to fight for dharma. So the process, Vivekananda is saying, don't worry about the worry itself. Now, is he giving, or are you saying from Vivekananda's point of view, what is actually my goal? If my process I become indifferent, I do not know what I'm going at the end. मैं अगर प्रोसेस के दौरान इंडिफरेंट हो गया, मुझे किसी से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, ना गालियों से पड़ता है, ना स्तुति से पड़ता है, ना निंदा से पड़ता है, तो मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ कौन, और मेरी आखिर लक्ष्य क्या है? क्या आप इस एवरीडे लाइफ हैंडबुक में मेरे को वो दिशा दर्शन करा रहे हैं, या फिर मुझे प्रोसेस के थ्रू ले रहे हैं? मीन्स बता रहे हैं, या एंड्स बता रहे हैं, या दोनों बता रहे हैं, या फिर ये बोल रहे हैं कि मीन्स ही अपने आप में एंड है?
मैं बता रहा हूँ कि आपको अपनी सारी जिंदगी प्राइमरी स्कूल के एग्जाम से लेकर अपनी ग्रैंड डॉटर की शादी तक डरते हुए जीना जरूरी नहीं है. और his reference points worked for me because I had a specific set of challenges, and different points will work for you because your challenge will be different. I mean, the Gita also is not used by all of us in the same way, is it? But the question is, we are, and the question I put here also, that we are not Arjun necessarily. Every day also Arjun is not fighting a battle through his whole life, right? That is one day when he has a dilemma. उसके पहले dilemma नहीं था उसकी जिंदगी में. हमारा जो मुद्दा है कि we have learned to avoid conflict. We have learned to give a huge degree of weightage, and this is, I'm not talking even in a professional way. As a society, the guard at the gate of a society, the auntie looking at you from the balcony of the neighborhood flat, everybody's opinion has become so big in our lives. And opinion now is validated through, of course, social media, because people can come and write things about you which otherwise you would not know that they thought about you.
लोग क्या कहेंगे?
तो उससे कि लोगों को, मतलब if I were to be slightly hard in his language, he's saying कि लोगों को खुद क्या पता है कि उन्हें क्या चाहिए. आप उनके व्यू से क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हो?
उनको खुद को ही नहीं पता क्या चाहिए.
तो उनके व्यू पॉइंट से आप क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हो?
ओपिनियन से क्या फर्क पड़ता
what
है?
are you worrying about? Because he says that
And you are opinion of whose opinion?
Precisely. So I think what he does is he gives you a buffer. He gives you an insulation. He builds your emotional immunity. After all, what is AIDS? It kills your immunity. So any disease can kill you, no? So inherently, when you are emotionally vulnerable, because life will always give you those questions. Your career, your health, your finances, everything will always give you a stress point. Everybody goes to says, यार job में बहुत stress है यार. अरे पेरेंट को पूछो, पेरेंटिंग में बहुत स्ट्रेस है, बच्चे को लगता है कि उसको ज्यादा स्ट्रेस है पेरेंट्स से.
Everyone is living a stressful life.
The employee is stressed, and the child is stressed, and the mother is stressed. It is situational, because you will never have a 360 alignment to anybody's worldview. But for that to make you take decisions basis your fear, and what I mean by fear inherently. So what is my fear? Say I'm 15 years of age. I'm afraid of being told by the teacher, stand for elections. ऐसे मैम मेरे को 2 वर्ड भी नहीं मिलेगा. I am told, okay, declamation you will do next week. I don't want to go on the stage and talk. It makes me scared. There is a tree in the neighborhood where people say, अरे यहाँ तो रात को भूत आता है. If I'm crossing that at night, I will avoid that. I'll say, no, I'm scared here. When I begin reading him, out of practice, I go to the tree and I stand there deliberately.
Facing the fear.
कि क्या होगा, भूत आएगा पेड़ से उतर जाए, देख लेते हैं यार कि भूत क्या है. भूत तो हम भी मरने के बाद भूत ही बनेंगे ना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है. So instead of dodging the tree, I go to the tree and I stand there and I sit for 1 hour and think at some point the damn ghost will come, or I will know he's not coming. But I will solve it.
Either he is there or not, or is he coming or not.
Okay, we will meet him. मतलब हम क्या मतलब
बात कर लेंगे.
अरे अघोरी कौन है, तांत्रिक कौन है, वो भी तो आदमी है ना. तो वो कंट्रोल करता है भूत को, तो मैं भी भूत कंट्रोल कर लूंगा, देख लेंगे क्या होगा.
अब भूत आया क्या?
नहीं. So, and once, I mean, in real terms, so we used to work in a newspaper office, and we would go past a certain road in Jammu. There's a cremation ground over there. तो 3-4 बार रात को गाड़ी वहां से गया शमशान के पास से रात को, और पेपर रात को 12 बजे बंद होता है, रात के 1-2 बजे की बात है. गाड़ी खराब हो गई. 2 रात लगातार गाड़ी खराब हो गई शमशान के पास.
Okay.
The driver got panicky. He said, कल से मैं इस रूट से नहीं जाऊंगा. Everybody agreed. I also agreed. Then this begins to rankle to me. This philosophy begins to rankle in my head. कि मैं घबरा गया, मैं चला गया. 4th day, I said, you let the jeep be, I'll come on a motorcycle.
Okay.
12:30, I go with them. I go by the old route, and I turn and I go to the cremation ground.
Okay.
So at 1 o'clock at night, I will take my motorcycle alone at the Shamshan Ghat ka gate.
Okay.
I'll switch off the motorcycle.
Okay.
And this is the era where there is no mobile phone. I'm talking of an era pre-mobile phone. There is no connectivity.
90s.
Yeah, there is no nothing. And I will sit for 1 hour from 1 to 2 outside the Shamshan Ghat. and tell myself कि यार ऊपर तो महाकाल महाकाली बैठे हुए हैं
हाँ.
और इस गेट से तो निकलना ही है ना यार तुमको जिंदगी में, तो इस गेट से तो बच नहीं सकते हो, या तो किसी को लेकर आओगे या तो खुद जाओगे, तो इस रोड को क्यों अवॉइड करो, डर के क्या हो जाएगा देखते हैं, क्या हो जाएगा चलो बैठ के देखते हैं. I don't think I would do these idiotic things if I was not reading this. That is how, and that's the more extreme model, a cremation ground at night.
Yeah.
उसके बाद अप्रेजल में आपने 100 रुपए मेरे बढ़ाए कि नहीं बढ़ाए, मैं इस पर स्ट्रेस क्यों लूंगा?
That's, I think, a profound example of courage. Swami Vivekananda, throughout his life, talked about fearlessness, talked about why fear undermines the divinity that we have in realization of that potential.
No, but he explains fear to you, because what is your biggest fear? Fear of death.
Yeah.
You're afraid of the one thing you can never run from.
Yeah, which is a reality and whatever, Dhruva Satya.
But we don't want to accept it, right? So you start by being afraid of death, and it is always chasing you till the moment it catches up with you.
Dying every day.
So like that, you continue to be afraid of things that you cannot change, that you cannot escape from.
I think your title makes sense here. Don't die every day, live every day.
It's not even that.
Yeah.
That what he says to you कि आप जो चीज से मतलब, because आप जब बोलते हो कि मुझे मरने का डर है, तो ये आपसे कहते हैं कि जिंदगी में आप लोग कर भी क्या रहे हो वैसे. Like living on this planet is not some profound activity. This world is not an end in itself. So why are you worried of the loss of life?
Yes.
And once you overcome the worry of the loss of life, what is the worry of the loss of your house, or of your car, or of your purse,
everything else
or
becomes.
of your health? Because it will also go. I mean, what the Buddha saw, that will I be old one day? Will I be sick one day? Will I be dead one day?
Yes.
These are non-negotiables. They cannot be modified by anybody in the universe.
Yeah.
So what are you afraid of them for? So he teaches you to start not fearing the big things.
Yeah.
And when you stop fearing those things, then the smaller things, as to मेरे Facebook पर 4 लोग ने like किया कि नहीं, that does not seem so big as to traumatize your heart. So it becomes a scale.
I think, thank you, Anshulji. My question was on the process fear, and you have taken me to the okay, if you are not fearing death, what else will you fear?
This is my process in my that's what I'm saying, that in specific things.
Yeah.
In specific things. So last point here.
We have few minutes, 3 minutes.
So in 22, my father was admitted to hospital. He was a cancer patient, lung cancer stage 4. And he was at the hospital near Katra. So for 1 week I saw him struggling in the hospital. And he was, after a point he could not communicate clearly.
How old is he then?
He was in his 70s. And the doctors always sort of stop at that point saying, do you want to, do you not want to, should we do this, should we not do this? Or we have to keep signing things. And after 5 days of it, I said, listen, you give it to me. Just give him to me, forget it. I know that, मतलब यहाँ 20 दिन और रख लो को मतलब नहीं है. I signed him out of the hospital. I took him from Qatar to Jammu, to the house where he had lived most of his life. We brought him home at 4 p.m. 7 p.m. he passed away. In the room in which he had lived.
Okay.
4 days later, somebody called me and said, oh, I heard this happened, that happened with you. I said, yeah, I did this is what happened. So that person said to me, a very rich man, very, very rich man, says, yaar, I wish I could have done that. I said, matlab? He says, no, my mother, she was in ICU for 25, 30, 40 days. And we didn't, like, it seemed too risky to bring her out because then most likely she would pass away. So we never took that risk. But she passed away in the ICU itself after 2 months or 1 month of staying there. And now we think maybe she could have at least spent some time in her home when she went and not surrounded by 2 medical staff people.
Unknown medical staff or whatever, yeah.
So what I'm saying, but see, what stops you is fear. That maybe this will have a fallout. But finally the fallout is always that, right?
Yes, yes.
So I'm saying in all moments when you are afraid of consequences and saying, oh, this could go wrong, but then you always go for the safer consequence, and then you regret the safer consequence later on in life.
I think with that profound thing that fear numbs us down, fearlessness frees us. So उससे अंशुल जी thank you. अब anyone who has a question or observation quickly, so we will be winding up this session in 2 minutes. अगर किसी के पास कुछ बोलने का है, अगर कोई सवाल है विवेकानंद जी के ऊपर, माइक वॉलंटियर कोई है जो हमारे साथी पीछे बैठे हैं उनके पास माइक पहुंचा सकते हैं?
Hello, sir. You mentioned about validation and you gave an example of Shane Warne validating versus a parent validating Alex Pinballing. So, are you saying validation is not required or validation should be from the right source, an expert? What is the...
So, if you read the book, there is a whole chapter I have put to something which is called the Mr. Hudson test. And this is about Vivekananda writing to somebody. Because what you're saying is a important point. Because if you become somebody who's you know what we call in Hindi chui mui, and you crash at everybody saying something about you, it's not functional. But on the other hand, if you become a narcissist who thinks he is always infallible and he'll hear nobody, then also you will take wrong decisions. So Vivekanand had something written about him in the US press. And somebody wrote a letter to an American editor. And people in India wrote back to him saying, you know, Swamiji, this has been written about you in the US press. You must respond. You must explain your point of view. And he wrote back saying, are you mad? Shall I respond to what a Mr. Hudson has written about me? With the grace of God, people much, much larger in stature and comprehension than Mr. Hudson stand at, you know, stand at my feet with reverence. मतलब Raja of Khetri की बात कर रहे थे, who had sent him over there. So from that I drew my life understanding that you have to differentiate your life from the Mr. Hudsons to the people who are qualified to talk about it. That if tomorrow as an author, and I made this example, that if somebody who has written a book and somebody who's a critic of a book, he calls me and says, your book is not making sense, I will hear him carefully because he's qualified to give me that gyan. But if 4 people on social media don't like my face and they go and rate my book 1 star, I will not respond to them, I will not engage. So he explains to you where to draw the line between what to hear, what not to hear.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you everyone for patiently listening to Anshul ji, who is making Vivekananda palatable, intelligible and simple for our generation, and making him the dense philosophical Vedantic philosophy, making his ideas lived on a daily basis. Thank you, Anshul ji. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you for your insightful conversation. Now I would like to request Mr. K.K. Das to felicitate Mr. Anshul. We will be starting our next session in few minutes. A very warm evening to all the ladies and gentlemen present over here. We have our outstanding panelists with us. I would like to request them onto the dais, ma'am. With us, we have Madam Sarita Sarangi. She has served two distinguished terms as a member of the Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights and was previously a member of the Child Welfare Committee for the government of NCT at Delhi. An academician at heart, and she has taught psychology and organizational behavior at the University of Delhi and served as the deputy director under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Beyond her administrative roles, she is founder and director of the Sevak, an NGO serving the underprivileged for over 2 decades. Moderating this session will be Madam Pallavi Revapargada, a seasoned journalist covering politics and policy. Pallavi ma'am began her career as an international correspondent with the India Today group, having reported on culture and business from across Europe and the Middle East. She brings a sharp and global perspective onto the table. Ma'am, your dice.
Thank you so much. I welcome you to this session. This has to be the most unique session of KLF because no one has attempted a book like this in this at this platform, and I've seen KLF evolve over so many years. This is the first time I'm seeing a discussion on something so sensitive and so unique, and the perspective that you've lent to this story is absolutely brilliant. So I'd like you to first show your book to the audience. So Dr. Sarita Sarangi has penned this wonderfully powerful book called Pet, an Autobiography. Can we please have a round of applause for her? Now, subject like the pet, like the two of us were discussing backstage, is that we acknowledge the role of a pet as a comforting character in our lives, as a character who comes and goes, passes through as we pass through our lives, and we journey through pets, and we lose pets at some point, and they turn into stories, and they turn into very fond memories and all of that. Now, the distinction between a pet as a thing of life and a thing of feeling, that bridge is something that I'd like you to talk about through your journey with your pet, Alex.
Thank you. Thank you, Pallavi. Before we begin, I'd like to say that it's truly a privilege to talk before such igniting minds and speak on a topic that is voice for voiceless, and which is very little is talked about this topic actually, and generally thrown to fringes. So it's my privilege, and I must congratulate the organizers to have picked up such a topic which is generally not discussed, and the voice of the voiceless is not heard. So this is my privilege, entirely my privilege to talk about that. Now, the question is why I decided to write about this book, and why, and as Pallavi is asking me, Alex, what is the importance of Alex in our life, I would rather say. Alex was like a family member to us. She was my third child. We gave her the name Alex Sarangi. And one interesting fact I'd like to share with you before I get into the details of this book and other facts, that my daughter took her to a competition, model, some apparel competition, and the next day she was called Model Alex Sarangi. So she has written, this is a autobiography, so she has mentioned that I am model from Alex Sarangi to Model Alex Sarangi overnight. So she was like my third child. So let's begin with that.
I would like to correct that. Backstage, it was my first child.
She would be rather my first child, right?
Your daughter's in the audience here.
My first child. What Pallavi is trying to ask me, and what I would like to clarify also, that we keep pets, we love them, we cuddle with them. but we think that we take them as a possession. But it should be a responsibility to understand and to take that person as a living being, with emotions. So we have to deal with the pet as a living being with emotion also, emotional being rather, I would say. So there is a difference between pet and pet with emotional aspects. So
Absolutely. Can you tell us a story about how you found Alex and your journey through raising Alex with you? I mean, you've mentioned a lot about how the whole thing is written from the perspective of a pet. That what a pet goes through in terms of perhaps a pet has emotions, perhaps because they can't speak. So, but that doesn't mean they're not feeling anything. And a lot of times we cuddle with a pet, and a pet becomes a object of affection. But there's so many other emotions other than affection. So a little bit about that, and about how you found her, and why this, what really triggered you to tell this tale.
um, mm, I would rather say I wrote this book, it was not planned. It emerged organically, I can say, out of my passion, out of my emotion. Alex lived with us for 11 years. When she left us, I was into a state of grief. Being a psychologist, I could understand the clinical aspects of grief. But as we all know, doctors are very bad patients. So I got into the stages of various stages of grief deeper and deeper. So then a stage came, I decided to write about Alex. And it was like emotional catharsis for me. So it was not planned. I never planned to write anything on animals or pets or my Alex. Right. So after she left, it was like when I wrote about Alex, it was like I was reliving those moments with Alex. So
Kind of finding closure from the loss of a pet also,
yeah,
by expressing what a pet must have gone through or lived through the emotions.
yeah. No, it was very difficult to handle that situation when Alex left that. I would like to, in this process, as she is asking me, it's the right forum to share with all of you that there are certain myths I must reveal here. There are certain myths that the loss of a pet doesn't hurt you. You forget that, and children are not affected by that, and you should not be crying when the pet dies. These are the some of the myths I think that must be cleared, because when a pet is lost, you are more affected than, sorry to say, more affected than any of your family members when the family member is gone. So it really affects you very hard, hits you very hard.
I think what you're also trying to say is that grief from the loss of a pet is not, and from your your experience as in psychology, that the grief that one feels on losing a pet, especially a child, or pets are also considered a very critical aspect of therapy. So the children who are lonely, or parents of, say, grieving parents, or people who are in all sorts of forms of sorrow, will resort to a pet or take the help of a pet in their lives. So maybe that aspect of how this subject fits into grief is something that you can shed some light on.
Yeah, I think healthy grieving is very important for the people to know. Um, People generally think that it's not a good thing to grieve or mourn when your pet is gone. That's a wrong thing. One must express one's emotions or feelings. If one is sad, must be openly expressed. So from my own experience, I'd like to share that how I overcame that grief. I was really into cavernous grief. I was not able to, think properly, eat properly. It was very difficult for me to adjust during that time. So I would say that I followed a few things, right? Number one is it's very important to be in touch with people, those who have undergone such experiences. And you should take your own time to think about the next pet, adopting the next pet. And third is I listen to music, and music is helped me a lot to come out of that. And meditation also helped me a lot while overcoming that stage of grief.
Yeah, I think a lot of why that grief is considered misplaced, and why what you're trying to say is essentially that, so when you're grieving the loss of a pet, people will come and tell you, oh, this was their lifespan, they had to go, or they'll come and tell you that they had this, you have to move on, and people who aren't pet lovers won't understand the kind of grief that you're going through, because it's not normalized in society to be grieving over a pet for that long. So it comes from that place of lack of sensitivity towards a relationship like this. I mean, to be able to build a relationship with a pet. A pet is living with you. He's practically part of your family, living under the same roof, eating the same food, having the same kind of when you're happy, they're happy. When you're sad, they're sad. They sense energy like anything. So I think that feeling that grieving a pet is not normalized in society. And as a psychologist, and as somebody who's had experience in working in the public sector as well, I would like to ask you how we can structurally address that, because the government takes very ridiculous decisions like neutering and spaying dogs, or just picking up dogs and putting them in a shed. So all of that also becomes, those are also animals with a life in them. They may have needs, they may have emotions, they may be going through something. Like I said, it's a thing of life, it's also a thing of feeling. But when animal rights activists come and talk about it, it becomes a sort of, they're radicalized as this certain fringe element. And the way feminists are radicalized, they're like, oh, these these animal rights activists are radicalized. So how do you see this? Like, how do we bring a shift in the way we perceive these problems and these relationships?
Yeah, actually, I feel also that way, that we must honor the coexistence aspect of our life. Who gave this right to human beings to decide that this is our planet only? This also belongs to other animals. So I'm not very much in favor of keeping dogs out of our community, because there are other ways to address this. We must be knowing about ABC programs, animal birth control program. So we don't implement those programs properly. And then ultimately it comes to a point when animals are taken out of the community. This is not the solution. The actual solution is you implement the ABC rules properly. You whatever is the vaccination process, you follow that, and you let them live and let them live. So it's not a right approach to take this. I'm slightly, I cannot say, but I must express my I don't accept, openly speaking, I don't accept the present situation of the Supreme Court ruling that the dogs should be separated, taken out of the community entirely. It's a very wrong approach to me.
So, and I'd now like you to read out an excerpt, because I'm sure the audience wants to know what's in the book. There's a section about how the child, like I said, child Alex, who feels that she's not going to school like your other children, or she's being left out of a club, or she's not allowed entry. Globally, like in the West, people are far more sensitive to the fact that pets need to be. It's a modern conversation that you need to be. Cafes are pet inclusive, or malls are pet inclusive, or you'll find flights that are pet inclusive. But in India, it's a very surprising thing that that a pet is allowed somewhere. Now there is a new concept of, because a lot of people who are millennials are choosing to be pet parents instead of having children. So now it's becoming a conversation that, hey, we want to take our pets to cafes, and you see that now as a trend that's that's coming up. So what do you feel about that? And if you can read out that little passage that you read out, because I think it was so moving that from a perspective of a pet, that hey, I'm not allowed to go to school and I want to. Perhaps I may want to have friendships. And the fact that, when she ran out and when you realize that she has needs.
Yeah.
So, that aspect is also something that humanizes the pet story so much.
That's true. No, actually, Alex, it's from the perspective of my pet. It's not my perspective. So Alex sees that why I'm not taken with my family to outside when they go out, and when they go to the club, and when they go to the shops, when they go to mandir, when they go to office, why I'm not taken with them? What is the main reason behind that? Now, very interestingly, I'd like to read it out before you. Alex, she says, can the friends be subjected to discrimination? I find the hypocritical mindset of people as disgraceful and unacceptable. It is a mere liar's paradox. Delhi Gymkhana Club was one of the favorite places of my family. They say the place exudes subtle sophistication and the members represent class and elegance. Food is mind blowing and the facilities for recreation are outstanding. The intellectuals find the cozy aura of the club as a perfect place for brainstorming. Power, politics, penny, and pets often are major chunks of evening chit chats. Despite all the social niceties, I find this place deficient in a very particular aspect, which actually concern me. There are times when I would have accompanied my family in the car till the gate of the club. Why can't they create a pet lounge in the club so that I could accompany my family whenever they plan to go there? So it's her feeling that if I'm a member of the family, why can't I accompany them to the places where they also go? And sometimes she expresses that there is sibling rivalry also. Like she says, my sister is going to the school, my brother is going to the school, why I'm not going to the school? So why I'm staying back with my family only? So in a way, I've tried to humanize the entire concept. So it's like that.
And it's interesting that you've given the example of the Delhi Gymkhana Club, because they don't allow servants and nannies either. So it's a very sad story of how exclusionist some of these spaces can be. And at the same time, what we need to celebrate is that now pet inclusivity is a concept and it's happening, and people are realizing that they're leading lonelier lives, and that their pets are playing a much greater role than they perhaps did. So I was in Australia some months ago, and I attended a graduation ceremony of my friend's dog. So he was graduating out of some preschool or something, and I was finding it very funny, like, okay, this is so cute, and he was in some naughty box that they put him in because he was a naughty student in the class and all of that. And then I realized that a lot of effort also goes into raising a pet, the way effort goes into raising a child. In India, it's done very differently, but the fact that pets are treated like children is something that a pet lover will do universally, whether they're in Australia, India, anywhere, in any part of the world. So I think that sensitizing our society, sensitizing our communities around that. And I feel one thing that I would actually like you to discuss is how we educate our children on being friends with pets. So many times people are like, oh, the pet is, when a child is born, like, oh, remove your pets and the pet hair will give the child allergy and all that. But how do you make a child live in? Because that teaches you, infinite levels of empathy, so many ways of coexisting with other species, other forms of life in the world.
As you said rightly, empathy doesn't have an age. Okay. So if the children, they grow with the pet, then the kind of empathy they have, and it's a nice thing for the personality development of a child to grow with the pet, because the love, the affection, all the positive emotions, feelings that will grow with the child when the child grows with along with the pet. And that helps with the personality development of the child, definitely. There is no doubt about that. And I must say, when we talk about training of the pet also, each pet is different, so its trainability. So while shaping the behavior, as you said rightly, pet
I actually wanted to get to that, how sensitive is pet training? Because we always look at a very police-centric training or a very military-centric training for a pet that, they're supposed to behave in a certain way. But is there sensitization to in this and some sort of
yeah,
a more
it's a
sensitive approach?
Yeah, it's a new concept that is coming up, pet parenting. So how we should grow the pet.
But can it be done professionally as well, the pet training?
Yeah. I've opened a website also, like I want to give some tips. I cannot say that I'm giving proper training, but I can give some tips how to train the pet. We never encouraged Alex to be trained by a trainer, professional trainer, because I myself have seen in the next door, there was another pet, Shemesh. So she was being trained by a trainer with sticks, with punishments, with hitting and all those stuffs. Then we decided, no, nothing doing. We'll train Alex with love and incentive, and little bit of psychological principles I applied, like you can say instrumental conditioning or classical conditioning, whatever. The way you give incentive to the pet, and the timing when you give incentive to the pet, and how much incentive you should give the pet, and when you are you have to withdraw the incentive, so that the behavior is shaped properly, the required behavior is resulted. So
Wonderful. Before I throw the floor open for questions, I'd like to ask you one final question about how, if Alex was here, how would she react, and if there's anything she'd like to say to the audience?
Alex,
Because you've seen life through her lens for so long through this book.
Alex would say, I don't need anything from you. I just want a great deal of love from you and a constant supply. And this planet also belongs to me. So let's live together and love each other.
Absolutely. What you give them is all they have. So, is there anyone who'd like to ask questions? How many of you have had pets? Any pet story that you'd like to share? And does this story resonate with you? Yes, yes. Can you give to the gentleman at the first row? Yeah.
No, I absolutely like the idea when you said that this planet doesn't belong only to human beings. That is the underlying sentiment that one should have when having a pet. Now, I had a pet, not exactly a pet. The pet, or the small stray dog, whose mother had abandoned her. I was posted as district judge of a place. So, I will say that it was a he. He forced himself to be my pet.
Okay.
Now, the funny thing about it is, after I asked all my staff to take good care of that, let us say, the child. I will not use the other word, I will use the child. One day what happens is, my cook, she rang up my wife in Cuttack, and she said, sir, साहेबको अपेक्षा तापाई बेसी खाइबा बर्तन करा जाए.
Very correct.
Every day chicken, every day, and all those things I had made him. So that is how we actually thought of him. And when I left that place, I tell you the kind of grief, even though he's still there, I send money, and whenever I go, the first thing I ask the gentleman, you call my pet to my place. And the way he clings, they remember the smell,
Yes.
So the way he clings, that is the wonderful thing about it.
Wonderful thing.
So when you said that this planet doesn't belong only to human beings, it struck a chord. Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's truly a wonderful thought. The planet doesn't belong to anyone, and we always see animals in the wild as somewhere far away. But pets are existing with us. It's as much theirs as it is ours. So, in the first row, Mike.
Are my congratulatory you for writing such a wonderful author. Although I have not read the book, I have just a simple question. It is extremely difficult for a human to write autobiography of an animal or a pet, whatever you call. Extremely difficult because, I mean, maybe because you're a psychologist, I mean, you've studied psychology, you are in a better position than other mortals to write about it. Well, you said that you have written about, I have not read the book. They mentioned they love, they would like to be, they have complaints that why I'm not going to the club, this, that. What about other human nature like jealousy, anger, that aspect of Alex? As Alex, have you written, have you covered that aspect?
It's a wonderful
Yes.
question.
Yeah, thank you so much for asking me that question. Actually, Alex, I must say the wide spectrum of emotions and feelings that Alex showed, that is truly surprising. She would get angry. She would be jealous when I go to my children. And when I cuddle my daughter or son, she will come to me. She will demand love from me. She will demand love from me as a mother. And she would demand love from my husband as her father. She would demand love from my daughter as a sister. And she would demand love from my son as her brother. So distinctive roles she had, as if decided what kind of attachment, what kind of relationship I would be having with these people. And yes, she was very much like human being, and she could understand all the words. I must say, the scientists, they say that dogs, they understand 150 to 250 words. I must say, whatever we used to say, Alex would understand everything. So I understood Alex inside out, and she understood us inside out. So there was no difference between Alex and us. So I think, and as a psychologist, it was my passion also to observe the behavior of individuals, animals, and from that perspective, I thought I understood everything about Alex. And I'm just a medium, I just give a voice to whatever Alex would be thinking about us.
Wonderful. You had a question. Yeah.
Dr. Sarangi, having understood your passion for raising a pet and the way you try to understand a pet's behavior as a member of the family, I would like to ask one question regarding pet behavior as a member of a family with regard to a family which is outside. In other words, I often found that, when you visit a family having a wonderful pet, having a great relationship with the members of the family, but the way they react to outsiders, strangers, or even, you often visit them, but the pet doesn't recognize you with such a lot of emotions and things that you have described so well. Friends of the family, those who are acquaintances or other, distant family members or extended family members, the way the pet relates to the family, immediate family, even as a child, it has some difficulty in relating to other extended members of the family or acquaintances or friends. So what may be causing this? Because, it feels as a sibling, another, sibling of the children of the family. But when it comes to this group of people, it has difficulty in relating.
Yeah. Now, actually, it also varies from breed to breed, I must say. Alex was German Shepherd. So this breed, particularly this breed, they are very protective about their family members and the family and the boundaries, rather, I would say.
It's so interesting that there are human traits to them, and it
Very much,
differs,
they're very much like human beings.
breed to breed. It differs. Those character traits.
Yes, yes. They can't just express through language. The language which we speak, but they express in their own language. And we could understand everything, whatever Alex was saying. And Alex was understanding everything, whatever I was saying, we were saying. So there was no communication gap between us. So I thought attempting an autobiography was not a bad idea.
you know, this kind of affection that animals share with children or with people crosses class barriers also. Like a lot of families who aren't able to provide, they will put a little like a jute bag and like the dog will be sleeping on it. So it will be like that connection with the animal that you're making. It doesn't depend on the level of comfort or the level of, you know, money that you're able to like spend on taking care of that animal.
You must consider the pet as a part of your family. If once you consider, accept that as a family, then all the work, I mean, half the work is done. Before I go to another issue, I would like to share with one interesting fact and how Alex came to our life. I was not a pet lover initially. My sister, she's present here. My sister, she whatever she buys in double, be it a sari, be it a jewelry
Or a pet.
or whatever it is, and it was a case of pet. One fine morning, she called me. She said, Mita, my nickname, I'm adopting a pet. Will you be interested for another one? She has a twin sister. I said, no, instantly. I said, no, nothing doing. I can't do all these stuffs and I'll not. Then my children, they were after me. And then they said, lana to padega, ab lana padega. Then every day, at least 10 to 15 times will bother her.
You had inhibitions about keeping a pet, or
yes,
was it?
I had inhibition. I never kept a pet before. So, मैं अभी बोल रही हूँ आप लोगों से, I would like to share कि that would have been the biggest blunder of my life.
Then she was destiny
Yeah,
for you.
it was destiny. So then we were after her. When you were sending her, then she came by train. After a lot of trauma she had to face. And then finally she came to our life. Then she became my life. So after that, no looking back. And after Alex left us, no second pet. We decided not to. That space should be kept vacant for Alex.
Wonderful. Ma'am.
She's my sister.
The one who made Alex happen.
Yes.
Can we give her a round of applause, please?
Good evening, everyone, and I congratulate Dr. Sarita for this wonderful session with you, ma'am. And let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Susmita, working as an IVF specialist on top Alex. I was very tempted to introduce myself as the auntie of Alex. And we all are discussing so much of pets and all. I have got the bottom line. I am a doctor. We don't take care of them. They take care of us.
Yes.
You know, outside India, they have therapy dogs.
Yes.
You are psychologically disturbed. You are a
Yeah,
disabled child.
Yeah.
You have long-standing illness. You are a cancer patient.
Yeah, therapy dogs. Yeah.
You are given a therapy dog, and these any kind of dog you talk, whether it is Labrador, you talk German Shepherd. Now I have got another dog. All these are, you know, what she says, it is translated. The language, the behavior, the culture of the family is translated to them. And they behave just like more than a family member. And he asked one question about the jealousy. Yes, that is very much prominent because they feel that I belong to mama. How come the sister can take my position? And sometimes they will pound, they will injure. But slowly they get trained.
It is also evolution, no? Domesticization of animals, and in the domestic space, they sort of evolve to develop feelings over years.
If you don't treat the pet as your child, if you don't treat the pet as your child, she won't feel like that.
Yeah.
It is your treatment with the pet, how you deal with your pet, that matters. That matters a lot.
Yes. You had a question? Yeah. Okay, sir.
Two small questions.
Yes.
Number one, why the name Alex was chosen?
Yeah, it's typically
That's
a male name, so that's a very good
you
question.
asked a very good question.
And the second one, have you taken up another pet after the demise of Alex?
Yes, I'd like to answer the second question first. Second one is we all decided that that space should be kept vacant for Alex. Every day there won't be a left day when we don't discuss about Alex. We have a family picture where Alex is also there, and that is prominently placed in the living room. So every day we discuss that about Alex. And the first question was, why Alex? My daughter's name is Ankita. My son's name is Abhishek. So it has to begin with A. So Alex. So we did a lot of churning about what should be the name, We went to, there must be 20 or 30 rounds of discussion between us. 4 of us would be going to the club, then decide about you'd be saying, no, this is not doing. Then we decided, no, it should start with A, Alex. It was the consensus. That she was my child, so it has to be A.
Ashok has a question.
Dr. Sodangi, congratulations for having written that book. My question is, do you feel that pets have got premonition? Do they foresee future events? Because I am told one captain was there, I am talking about 3 decades back. He was supposed to fly from Bombay to that states, and that pet did not allow him to go. Ultimately, that plane crashed. So, do they have premonitions? Do you feel they have got some?
Yes, I feel that way because research also says that they have a sixth sense. Dogs have a sixth sense. And in a small way, I would like to explain it to you. We won't be discussing about anything verbally. We'll be deciding to go somewhere. And before we say even a single word, she would be knowing that we are planning to go somewhere. She can read our minds.
Yeah.
So that sixth sense is definitely there. Prenomination, yes. Some instances have been reported in the
even the way, if there is a death in the family, the dog feels it in a certain way. When you're about to travel, the dog feels it in a certain way. When a new child enters the family, the dynamics with the pet changes. So they're experiencing so many, life-altering realities with you and perceiving them with you. I think Ashokji has a question.
Dr. Sarangi, I must congratulate you for the beautiful topic you have chosen in the address you have made today. In fact, I find a very beautiful combination today because the dog as a topic and the pet as a biography he has written, and we have Justice Sasikant Mishra's presence here. So what is the relationship between the dog and a judge? So that reminds me, in 1870 jury in US court, I think Abraham West's address on a dog is seminal. It is called A Tribute to a Dog. And I request, many of you must have read it, but I request that, one should read it because I have not found a speech or a write-up which is more moving than that tribute. So thank you very much, and we are very grateful for Justice Sasikant Mishra's presence here.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the audience? I think gentleman, the first row had a question. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any question, but I have liked the conversations, very interesting, and I congratulate the organizers to have fixed such a topic.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Can we have a round of applause for KLF, please? Because I don't think it's possible at any other Lit Fest to have such a sensitive and deep discussion.
Despite my ill health and etc., when I saw the subject as a pet lover, I have come to the forum. In my experience, I had a dog golden retriever. It was 2 months old. My son was very fond of when he was school going. I am giving you 2-3 examples of the dog. How they are very friendly, they are very protective, they are very family bound, and they like to be loved. And music lover. I used to hear ghazals. So he also wanted to have ghazals. Unless he used to listen ghazals, he will never sleep. One thing I have learned from my pet, name was Frido. You must drink some water before taking food. I used to give him the Royal Canin only, no outside food. He will first drink water, then he will eat. And when I found it from various books and references, it is a fact. Dogs, they will first eat, then they will first drink, then they will eat. I have learned that. How he was protective, I'm telling you. My son had come from the hostel, sat in the, he was sleeping. The AC was on, it was somewhere in Bhubaneswar. There was fire in the AC. The curtains were in flames. And my son was still sleeping. And my pet was barking. He was in the first floor, we were in the ground floor. We immediately went there, saw that the room was in flames.
I've also experienced that with my dog.
Yes.
Very similar thing.
How
yeah.
protective they are. And they give the caution that there is I fell down from another day, I fell down from the steps of the first floor. He came from the terrace and shouted, so other members should come and take rescue of me. And there was a thief in the night. He was in the first floor sleeping. He found some sound and came to the ground floor, shouting and moving around the campus and the compound. And that's how we have seen some of the instances. And when he passed away, he wanted only music. He couldn't eat for 4 days. And I like this OUAT director. He was in a seminar when I taken my pet. He came leaving the seminar and treated the dog. That is what is pet lovers. And he is a veterinary doctor, the director of OUAT. And he did this. That's how I think the pets are more friendly, more protective than human beings.
Absolutely. And, there is a lot of animation where the characters are animals, whether it's a dog or a mouse, like from Finding Nemo to like Stuart Little, to like so many stories that are told from the lens of animals in animation. And they just make your world so much more sensitive, so much more deeper, telling you so many things about emotions and how life can be navigated in different ways. And I think the more inclusivity there is around pets in our lives, the better it is. But as you rightly said, it's destiny. Your a pet coming into your life and teaching you all these life lessons is a matter of destiny at the end of the day. Yeah.
Pallavi, since we are talking a lot about
And 2 days. Have that house booked for their own. Then the cat followed them. It's a small kitten. Then they have kept that cat. For last 2.5 years, it's there. When exactly Dr. Sarang is told that they are able to know our departure, who is coming, who is going, we were getting ready 2 days before, packing everything, and he could know. He couldn't take any food. She was serving.
And so many times it's breed agnostic. It could be a cat, it could be a dog, it could be, species agnostic. The whole, ultimately it all boils down to the fact that they have feelings.
As you told Rafford, that they also grieve when there is something bad, somebody died in the family, they also grieve. You will find tears in their eyes.
Now, Pallavi, since we are talking about love for animals and how to keep them, all those stuffs, we are not talking about responsibility also, na? It is our responsibility also how to take care of them, how to take care of the health aspects also, what about the role of the policymakers to think about it. Always occurs a very low priority area for the policymakers. Why it is so? My question is always why policymakers are not taking it to on their priority to think about the healthcare facilities of the pets and other facilities like there was in Delhi when Alex passed away, there was only one crematorium. Yeah. So let's think
Absolutely,
about that
I had
also.
that in mind as well, that, you know, when my dog also passed away, I remember taking salt and going and looking for a place to basically
So
bury
all
him.
those stuff must
it's
be
a lot
taken
of
into account, right?
Absolutely. And I think this is like a call to action from this session that, hey, we have emotions and we have all these feelings inside us, which we feel for our pets. But what are our systems doing for animals? What are our systems doing to our emotions? Because ultimately, when our dog doesn't have a respectful cremation, it hurts us. It doesn't give us closure from the death of our dog. And I think that is something that needs to be structurally addressed. And we can no longer say that, hey, we are a country of problems, we're a country of plenty. So we can ignore our dogs or ignore a certain section of, ignore this emotion altogether. And I'm truly thankful to you to bring out this, because it just makes us think about how there is a lack of empathy. And that lack of empathy is so systemic that we're erasing an important aspect like this, which holds us together in so many, stages of our lives. So thank you so much, Dr. Sarangi, for doing this. Yes. Yes. Which one?
To the answer, I'm the lead. Now, you have lots of topics under the sun. You could have written books on many other things. Many other things.
Yeah.
You are a psychologist. You could have written about your husband, administration, teaching, all kinds of things. Why the hell in the world you thought of writing an autobiography on animal? That answer you have not given to. It's the out-of-box idea. That is the beauty of this session.
Yeah.
See, stories about pets loving. Example, I can give another example. Why this lady thought of writing an autobiography of her pet? That is a vital question. Kindly answer.
That actually.
So what triggered you to write the book? We're back to where we started. So love for Alex, finding closure from Alex's loss. What was it that brought you closer to the subject?
I'm just a voice for whatever Alex felt about us and whatever Alex felt about the world. And I wanted that people should get into the perspective of Alex and understand what the world is treating them and what way they should be treating the animals. So I'm simply just the medium. I'm just the voice for the voiceless and nothing else. But this is always a very low priority area and generally thrown to fringes. People don't discuss about animals. I faced a lot of scoffs and scorns when I decided to write about this book. Oh, you are a psychologist, you must be writing something about psychological aspects of human beings or something. Or you are a social science researcher, you must be thinking about some important issues, burning issues, or some economics or some political science. What the hell are you going to write on dogs only? Sorry, what the hell are you going to write on this dogs only? So they didn't understand what the animals mean to us. So that is the most important thing for us to understand.
But I think you summed it up so well, that giving voice to the voiceless. And that's what you've achieved through this book. Please, a huge round of applause for her. One of the most unique sessions at the fest, I must say.
Thank you very much for the insightful conversation, ma'am. Now, I'd like to invite Ashok sir to felicitate Sarita ma'am. Audience, a big round of applause.
Let me introduce Pallavi. Pallavi is a fine writer, and she was in journalism, and she is also, she is from my same college, Delhi School of Economics, and she is very famous for her book Nandini Satpathy. She is Pallavi Revapragada. She has written about the about Nandini Satpathy, which is a very, very informative and very deeply researched book. Thank you, Pallavi, and thank you, Sarita, for the topic and for the subject and for your conversation.
Thanks for giving me a expression. Our voice was voiceless. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. We now turn our attention to the digital revolution shaping our doorsteps in a session titled OTP, Online Buyers, Sellers, and Gig Workers in South Asia. Today, we explore the invisible threads of the platform economy, from the click of a button to the people who make it all happen. To guide us through this landscape, please welcome Dr. Vandana Vasudevan, an urban development scholar, author, and columnist. Her work masterfully explores. I would request all the members in the audience to please settle down as we continue through the next session. Members of the audience, I request you to be seated. Leading this dialogue is our moderator, Pallavi Rebapragada. A seasoned journalist covering politics and policy, she began her career as an international correspondent with the India Today group. This session will run for 45 minutes. Vandana ma'am, Pallavi ma'am, the floor is all yours. Members of the audience, I request you to be please settle down as we move forward with the session. Thank you. So if all of you would like to sit and watch this other session, it would be nice. So welcome to yet another session at KLF. This is about a very, very special book called OTP Please, Online Buyers, Sellers and Gig Workers in South Asia. So Vandaji, this is one of the topics which concerns our everyday more than anything else. Because through the day, there are OTPs on our phone. Through the day, there are Blinkit delivery boys on our doorstep. Through the day, we are ordering or booking cabs, or there's something that's gone, something that's needed in our kitchen, in our homes. it's something, it's a reality that we are living with. And this is not just urban India, it's also tier 2, tier 3 cities that are now so much more dependent on the gig economy. So you've explored the gig economy from a very human lens, from a lens of a qualitative research. So what triggered you towards the gig economy? What triggered you towards picking up this subject?
Thank you to KLF for inviting me here. And so Pallavi's been doing a bunch of sessions today, and this is my second session with her. So we explored this question in the morning as well. So what happened was that in the pandemic, I live in a gated community like many people in Hyderabad, and there was no action happening. All the schools were closed. All the people were working from home, but there was one, at the main gate, there was a lot of action happening in terms of delivery boys. Okay, no children were playing, nothing else was happening, but there's frenetic activity at the main gate where everyone is coming in and going out, bearing parcels and giving it to everyone. So I thought something very transformational is happening in society, where more and more and more people are sitting at home and ordering food, ordering groceries. And because of the pandemic, it became like a entrenched habit. And after the pandemic, this has continued. So I started talking to these gig workers who are who are really the last rung of this startup economy and digital economy that is so glamorous and that we talk about so much. And they're the human element of that, the human face of that whole startup system. I started talking to them and asking them what they were doing before, and this job even appeared, and what was their day like, and how did they feel about this whole new job that has come in. And I found that a lot of people were unhappy, and then I started investigating further, and it led me to their union leaders, and I started talking to them. Then I realized that the workers are not living in a vacuum. They are there because people like us order things. So I started talking to consumers and understanding what is their motivation for ordering constantly. And then there is the third stakeholder in the system, which are sellers. So because these small sellers who used to be on physical offline mode and are now on Amazon and Flipkart and everything, and selling their wares on that. So the sellers were the other stakeholders. So this customer, seller, and a worker thing.
I have 3 questions around those 3.
Okay. So all tied together was the. I found. I mean, as I investigated, I found that there's a lot of depth to this, and that's how the book came out.
So when you looked at, let's look at the first aspect of the gig worker. Now, the cost of this 10-minute life, that I need like a 10-minute delivery from you. What is the human cost of it? Now, I want to understand from you, what kind of a skill gap did you see when you were looking at, why these people weren't fitting into any other sector? Or what the ITIs were doing, or how did we land up with such a large workforce ready to take on these roles in the gig economy? Because the gig economy has expanded over the years and it continues to expand.
Yeah.
So how did we find all these people within the workforce to do this? Or are they doing 2 jobs at a time? Or is gig economy, this kind of economy, the only thing that they sustain their life with? How did it work out? If there's any case study that any conversation with a gig worker which could highlight this.
So, I mean, through the book, I've had like numerous conversations with workers, and and understood what they were doing before, etc. So a lot of things happened during the pandemic, like people who were running small karkhanas and all that. Many of them shut down. People who were bus drivers, school bus drivers, schools shut down, and they found that they had no job. So many of these people went back to the village. Some of them went back to the village, and many of them joined the Zomato, Swiggy to become delivery workers, because driving was something they knew, and this was the need of the hour, and the job was readily available. Also, it has no entry barrier. Like, what do you need to become a delivery boy? Literally just a 2-wheeler, and that's it. You have to find an address and put a packet. So it's a very low skill job, and although some of them were doing higher skill jobs earlier, they were plumbers or they were farmers or what things like that. But because this job was lower skill and needed no entry, no interview, nothing, you don't need to know anybody. You just have to on the app itself enlist yourself and just you're a gig worker. So that's how a lot of people got in. And also I have to say that it sort of pays better than the market rate. So a gig worker typically earns about 35,000, which is really not a bad sum. And but what is not told, the other side of the story, is that they work for 10, 12 hours. So sometimes even more to make a certain amount of money, and all their money is variable. So there's no salary, there's no fixed cost at all. So the more you work, the more you make, and therefore they have to keep running. There is the incentive to make more, to do that extra delivery. So that's how a lot of people have gotten, largely because of a lot of jobs were lost in the pandemic, and this came at the right time when to sustain their livelihoods.
Now, looking at the customer angle, the mindset of the customer today is very different from what it was. You were buying groceries monthly earlier, everything was happening, in a more planned way. Now, because you have the option that if you're running out of salt even, there'll be salt at your doorstep in 5 minutes. Anything that you're running out of, whether it's essential or whether it's any ingredient, whether it's anything that, from your bathroom to your kitchen to wherever you need anything, it will be available. Do you see a huge mindset change in the way consumption is now taking place?
For sure, because
the ease of delivery is kind of setting in.
I keep saying that in the gig economy, the customers are the one who are the most privileged lot of them all, because they literally have to do nothing. They have to just tap a few buttons on the phone and things just arrive magically at their door. But it is all riding on cheap labor, because for example, like in no other country do you have 10-minute delivery. So you have rapid delivery, which basically means 15 to 30 minutes in any country, even in the Southeast, even in Latin America. But you don't have 10-minute delivery. There's not a time guarantee ever done. Only in India are we so pampered, because we have this large workforce, that we just order and things just arrive at 10 minutes. And it's become normalized and we've taken it for granted. But not even, say, about 8 years ago, a little bit pre-pandemic, was this ever happening. So it of course runs on the fact that we have a large workforce which is working for, which is willing to do this. And
so the third pillar is the seller, the small scale seller, or the somebody who is also at the risk of losing consumers, losing their customers during COVID. So how are they adapting, and how is that segment of the market evolving through the gig economy? I want you to give a human lens, actually.
So for example, a lot of restaurants, small restaurants and small sellers came onto the tech platform when more from a sense of FOMO, like I've spoken to sellers who have said, all the sellers who are on Amazon basically felt that if I'm not on Amazon or Flipkart, I am not going to get the reach that I would otherwise have, if I was in, so for example, a seller in Kerala whom I've spoken to, who was selling spices, ilaichi and all, he came onto Amazon, and then but many of them don't realize what it takes to be successful on the platform. So for example, this guy, when he first came into the platform, he had a lot of sales, and then he thought, wow, this is great, this is going great, Amazon is going to change my life, and he bought a whole lot of stocks of the ilaichi. Then suddenly he found that his sales dipped, and he has no understanding. He's from a small place in Kerala. So what actually would have happened is that you need to spend money to be listed on the site. So if somebody is searching for spices, for you to come onto that list, you have to pay money and you have to advertise. So since that, and many of them later found out that the maths didn't work out. You know, you pay money and then only then you will get customers, and that doesn't really, you know, it's not profitable for them. But by the time, but they keep feeling that they have to be there because otherwise they will lose the reach and their competitors will get it. Similarly for restaurants. So if a small, you know, if a small dhaba is listed on Swiggy, if you look for, you know, I don't know, butter naan or some butter chicken or something, that dhaba will not come right up there unless it pays Swiggy to be listed over there. So also it's a little bit of an illusion because typically their customers are still the people whom they were serving before the tech platform, which is basically around that area. So it's not that, you know, their customers have multiplied and people from very far away are calling to that particular restaurant. It doesn't really work like that. So it's more a sense of a little bit of FOMO of I have to be there to because, you know, every other restaurant is there. There are very few who have pulled out and realized that it's not working out for them and are just only concentrating on their in-house customers or running their own website and pushing their products and stuff.
It's interesting. You also given a you know, perspective on other nations in the subcontinent and how they're also relying on these platforms, you know, for the ease of modern life, whether it's Pikmi in Sri Lanka, whether it's Pathao, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, Pathao in Nepal and Bangladesh. So whether it's New Delhi or Dhaka or Colombo, do you feel like a change in region you know, leads to a different kind of a perception of this new economy that has surfaced? Are there any cultural differences that outline these kind of the gig economy and the way it moves through the subcontinent?
So I originally wanted to do only India, but I'm in the development sector, so I've done work.
It's good to do a comparative analysis in there.
Yeah, so I mean, I've done you know, reports for World Bank and stuff where this region is seen as South Asian region, and where because of commonality in not only historically, culturally, but also in terms of development challenges, etc. So I then started reading up about what's happening in Nepal, Pakistan, and all those places. And I found that there is a vibrant digital economy in those countries as well. Although the number of the middle class who are buying these things may be small, but it is a very vibrant space and new apps keep coming and going, you know, getting shut down, etc. So I thought that let me include, it would be interesting to see how this has developed in other countries, and therefore I've included Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, all of the Sri Lanka in that ambit. So to answer your question about the cultural differences, so for example, their workers are not unhappy. The reason being that those economies are quite you know, have had a hard time. Sri Lanka has had a very shaky economy for past 2-3 years, and because of their political upheaval and all. And Pakistan has had its own challenges economically. Nepal is a remittance economy, so most people leave the country to work in Korea and other places.
So they are not unhappy because
they are not unhappy
relative
because
to the
they are
situation
relative
there.
to the situation there.
That it's a dismal.
Yeah, they are happy to have found something, and also they are. You know, for example, in Nepal, drivers and all have said that I'm at least happy that I'm able to find a livelihood, but I'm with my family here.
Yeah.
And so that was one big change. Similarly in Sri Lanka and all. In India, there is a lot of worker unhappiness.
Yeah, this was my next question.
Yeah.
And we briefly touched upon it in the morning as well with, you know, your session with Sali was also there, where, you know, the mental health of a gig worker, or how depressed they are. Now, it's very different from going to an office where there is a sense of community life, where you're sitting with people, and work is also very part of, it's a part of life. It's a very active part of life. Now, if you're on a bike alone on the streets, how isolating is that experience? Because these are very young people, and in their very formative years, they're isolated like this for a wage.
Yeah.
So in terms of growing in your skill, in terms of you're in a physical office, you may grow, you may learn. There's mentorship. There is so many other, upskilling that happens.
Correct. Yeah.
Now concepts like mentorship and upskilling are completely lost on the gig worker who's out there and alone, and there's really nobody to teach them one new skill. Like, work at an office, you learn how to become a cashier, you learn accounting, you learn personnel management, so many other plethora of skills that you may pick up. So how do you understand that aspect?
So, I was.
Did anybody talk to you about it while you did your research, that they miss out
So
on
this
something?
is not, the workers don't speak about isolation because not something they have realized, or they've not thought of this as a problem because they are busy with their day-to-day issues of income and whatever. But for a researcher, it's obvious that this whole thing of never having a physical space, never speaking to anybody human, and just constantly being on the road for throughout the day, and not having any peer group, not having any colleagues, not even having an HR person to talk to, and only speaking on the app all the time, is extremely isolating. And it's a new form of work that is that has come about, and there isn't enough yet work done on what is the implication of doing this for years together. And the sad thing is that they started the gig work thinking that it'll be just for a year or 6 months or whatever, but because of, I guess it's a comment on the employment situation, many of them are there for years. And for years, they're doing this 12 to 14-hour thing of just going by the two-wheeler and delivering packets. And like you said, the tech platform is not taking any responsibility for upskilling, for their future, for their social security, or any such thing. So, of course, it's mentally quite damaging, and we need to study this aspect.
Was the accountability of, say, an Uber or a Zomato or any of these tech platforms is something that is in question here, because of social security, of ensuring that of a health crisis for that matter. I mean, my next question to you was about what are the risks to life when you have to deliver something in 10 minutes and navigate through complex traffic situations. And we're not a nation with everything figured out on the street. There is so much going on, and this was what was actually debated in Parliament when this came up for discussion, about how the gig economy perhaps is putting so many people at risk, and that pressure to deliver is so much, because someone who's ordered something on Blinkit is getting used to a very, very quick delivery service. So there is no patience. Are we making society impatient? Are we, in a very systemic way, are we sort of infusing this impatience in a certain generation, and there's someone else out there on the street who's paying the price?
Correct.
For something they're not getting paid for. It's the app that's selling those
So the implication is not just on the gig workers' health, it's also on the environment, because I mean, somebody, imagine people like us, I mean, you order, say, bread and milk, and then you suddenly remember that you also wanted some vegetables, then you order again. So for every trip that the person makes, I mean, there's fuel cost, there's emissions on the road.
It's also not sustainable to the environment, because every time a small thing you need, and you're wasting that much fuel to come to you.
Yeah, you're wasting fuel, you're wasting emissions, you're creating more traffic on the road. So it's also from an ecology perspective, it has ramifications.
Convenience is coming at a huge cost.
Yeah. So the cost of the convenience is extremely high. And it is isolating not just for the worker, it's also isolating for the customer in a sense, because what you used to go out and go to the corner shop, and then you were probably meeting somebody, speaking to them. None of that happens if people just stay at home all the time and get their goods at home. So there's an ecology cost, there's a mental cost, which we haven't really delved into, and which needs more in-depth study. And for the worker, of course, it borders on exploitation, because and there's a reason why 10-minute deliveries are not there in any other country in this form.
that I had was the missingness of women from this gig economy. So I took an Uber 2 years ago. I mean, I take Ubers a lot, but I took one Uber 2 years ago, and the driver was a woman. And I had a long chat with her, and then she told me that she was widowed at 40, and then she was one of the first Uber drivers, women Uber drivers, and she brought a lot of other women into Uber, and she said, women who need to survive and sustain, this is a brilliant way of making a living, and she was putting her son through college, etc. So now we don't see women in the gig economy at all. Like in Zomato, I've never seen, in Swiggy, in Blinkit, in any of these platforms. I mean, Uber also, very rarely you'd ever get a woman. And I'm not talking about odd hours only. I mean, I'm talking about through the day as well. So why is the gig economy not looking at the other 50% of the workforce, which is women? Or do they tend to not join? What are the how do you understand this psychologically from the people you've met? And
yeah. So prior to writing this book, I was I was doing a research with an NGO in Delhi, which is a worker rights NGO, and we did this huge survey of 5,000 plus gig workers across India to understand, it was called the rights survey because like respect, integrity of gig work and humanity and trust in service, that was the title. So it was all about these aspects of gig work. And in that, we found that of the 5,200 people across cities who had been interviewed, 2.3% were women. So this is, random sampling, like they were just meeting gig workers and administering a questionnaire to them. And 2.3% were women, that's all. And the topmost reason, of course, was safety. Because this is a job that requires you to ride a two-wheeler and be out there on the road continuously, and you know how Indian roads are, so they're Indian outside spaces are for women, so public spaces, so therefore women found it, the few women who were there, they said that their biggest barrier was of course safety. Then also there is a
is
issue.
it different in smaller towns? Because in smaller towns, a two-wheeler is a very preferred mode of transport. And a lot
Yeah,
of
but a
women are on
two-wheeler
two-wheelers.
for doing your own personal thing is okay. But a two-wheeler for going
It's
and
very
delivering.
surprising,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
it's like that, because women are doing everything else. So why
Yeah.
not this?
Yeah, because I think because it involves, stepping into an intimate space, which is the person's home, right? So you involve.
But I want to understand, sorry to cut you short, do these tech platforms incentivize women workers?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So there is a lot that they can do because, for example, there are these organizations which teach driving to low resource women and help them. There are many in Delhi. I forget the name, but there are many in Delhi which teach
Some
these
ITIs
women.
also do it actually. Some ITIs that are modernizing
Correct,
also
yeah.
teach. They have little driving schools.
Correct. They teach them, and then so that they can like run their own cab service, she cabs, and all that, which have women drivers, or they can fetch kids from school. There's something called kangaroo cabs which somebody runs, which fetch, because people feel they are safer with the women driver. These things were happening. There are NGOs which are doing that. Very easily a tech platform can partner with them and sort of, it doesn't happen, get more people into the fray, get more women into driving, doesn't happen. And the few women who are there are have this thing of I mean, there's safety, there's also very basic women's toilets, the lack of women's toilets, lack of public spaces which are friendly to women, like a resting space, none of this is available in our cities, right? So all of those are barriers for women to come into this. There are also barriers like, you'd be surprised, in urban company there have been women who have said that when I go into a customer's house, they have felt unsafe because of the home there. And sometimes, there was one case which somebody reported to me, it was not my investigation, was that actually the husband had booked the person from urban company, but it was on the woman's name, but when she landed there, this is for my husband, the massage or whatever spa treatment, and the girl was obviously shocked and she went and complained, but nothing really happened to that. So there's also these kind of issues about security, and which are a
I mean,
deterrent.
with urban company, it's a lot more because they're in the spa space, and that can be a very unsafe space for women. You know, because you're also going to someone's house.
Going to someone's
So the safety around that and that is a concern.
That, that, and there have been instances. So that I mean,
What
that's
you're
one
saying is that
reason.
there is no formal structure of addressing these issues as yet in
Not
the gig
yet.
economy.
No. I mean, there's no human being. First of all, everything is on the app. So to find a human being itself for clearing worker grievances is a big issue. There is, I mean, mostly nowadays, even the call centers have been replaced by bots. So the worker just has to write on the app, and then a bot will answer whatever his grievance was.
Yeah. So there's no effective unionization as well.
There are a few unions.
It's actually quite tricky because if you're getting paid per customer or getting paid per ride, then if a union tells you to go on a strike to demand a certain thing, you're losing out on the wage. So there is lack of cooperation from what I understand from within the gig workers as well.
There are a few unions, but and recently the biggest example was on New Year's Eve. About 2 lakh workers went on strike.
Yes. I even I think Christmas or like Christmas.
Yeah, I think it was Christmas and New Year. The New Year one was big, and a lot of workers went on strike, and across the country. But at the same time, I think the tech platforms countered it by saying that if you work on these days, we will give you like $3,000, and tried to prevent them from striking work. So it's extremely hard for a worker to strike because every day and every hour of work is money for him. So I mean, it's literally if he goes on strike, then that's a whole day's income gone, and which is why the platform knows that, and that's why they keep pulling them away by saying that we'll give you incentives, don't go on strike, and various other tricks are done to prevent workers from unionizing.
No, I'm so glad that you wrote a book like this because this is a very deep issue that demands immediate attention, and it concerns all of our lives, as our lives as consumers, somebody's life as a seller, somebody's life as a gig economy worker. Are there any questions that we can take for her? Any question? You would have a question? Can we hand her a mic, please? Thaismati, can you give her a mic? There's a mic lying there. Can you pick that up?
Hi. So this is a question about the consumer perspective, and this is something I wonder about quite a lot when I place my 10-minute grocery order, is the fact that we are so dependent on this 10-minute, 15-minute delivery model. At some level, I'm sure there are a lot of factors driving it. At some level, is it also a reflection of urban development in our cities? Like, I live in Delhi, and I know, like, I would really love that 5-minute walk to the nearest sort of community center which has grocery stores, but there aren't any pavements for me to walk, and I would imagine that it's probably, the situation is probably worse in other parts of the country, right? The pavements are either broken or there are cars parked, there's pollution, and a whole lot of other factors. So I remember that I think during the pandemic, this quick commerce became popular globally. And soon afterwards, once things reopened, I remember reading about how, I think it was some city in Spain, but basically a European country where the municipality was shutting down dark stores because of some of the issues that we discussed, that it was creating congestion, there was a lot of noise pollution, a lot of traffic. And again, these aren't things, you don't want a speeding two-wheeler in your colony where your kid might be on the street playing. So there are these things that in other parts of the world, governments are coming down on. And again, these are issues in India, but are our cities built in a way where we can sort of go for the alternative that, take that 5-minute or 10-minute walk to the nearest supermarket? And is that something tech platforms are cashing in
Also,
on?
the tech platforms are a response to the need of immediate like things.
Exactly.
You may be like, I live in a jungle in Delhi. So the gate from my house is 1 kilometer. it's a kilometer long walk. So I'm super thankful to Blinkit. I mean, I'm also conscious of the fact that I can't keep ordering because it's tough on the environment. But everyone doesn't have that kind of everyone won't have that kind of sensitivity. Just look at the convenience of it, because the kind of lives that we are leading today. The kind of needs that we have today, perhaps it's contagious and we've learned to live like this because of COVID, or our lives are so haphazard that it's just too convenient and it's just too simple that at least one thing is sorted, that Blinkit will, take care of this, or Swiggy will take care of this, Zomato will take care of this.
I would say yes and no. So yes, because in fact I've examined this in my book, and there's a girl from so there are two things. I've examined this my book in the sense of urban, the point that you said, that um, urban roads have become unwalkable, and commuting and traveling to any place has become so difficult. So interestingly, there's a girl from Karachi who was speaking about this, and she said, when Karachi was a simpler city, it's one of the densest, most populous and horrible traffic kind of cities of South Asia: Dhaka, Karachi, Delhi, Bombay. So she was saying when Karachi was the simplest place, we would go for picnics with my family, and then go to a park, do picnic and stuff. She says it's unthinkable now. So if I want to eat outside food, the only way is through Food Panda, which is their app. So because going out to a restaurant has become a project in itself, and
easier to just order in.
It's just easier, yes. But of course, we are losing out a lot in terms of life, because going to a restaurant is an activity, it's an event, it's a memory, it's family bonding, it's everything, right? So, but when things come to your home, all of that is lost. But it is, like you said correctly, a response to how cities have developed, traffic, pollution, the sheer act of going out and coming back, parking, all of that. You just think that even though the food quality is a little less when it's consumed at home, like the pizza is not as hot as it would be, but it's better than that. That I agree to that thing. But people who live in gated communities, including me, who have shops downstairs, still order Blinkit, right? So it's not a 1 kilometer
We're
trek.
we're guilty of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a 1 kilometer trek. It's literally a lift, and then you have to go down.
Yeah.
But we still order Blinkit. So we are immensely pampered and immensely privileged, probably more than any population has ever been, I think, in history, where you have everything coming to your door. And it's simple
Absolutely. And
things.
you have a very interesting phrase that you've used in the book, income and izzat. There have been like centuries of evolution of labor laws that have brought us here to 2026, and everything is being turned on its head suddenly because the economy is changing like this. So we used to take labor laws very seriously, say 10 years ago, when we were talking about labor and the structure of a union, the union becoming politicizing and expressing and having a weight of its own. This is like wiping off the union altogether and incentivizing and breaking down the community into when they're attached not to each other but to money and to the daily wage. So because there is no each other, it's just you and an app.
Yeah.
So it's
And in fact,
it's that problem.
the right to bargaining is a worker right.
Absolutely.
Right? Like internationally, if you see the ILO and stuff, that there is a right to bargaining. So workers are supposed to have the right to collect and voice their thought. But collecting is so hard because they are all spread in different places, and they are incentivized not to unionize. So, and they don't even know each other. So there's no collective feeling of belonging to a company, an office, or anything like that. So that whole concept is now up in the air.
So my absolute last question to you, and then we close the session, is that you've titled your chapters with emotions: pleasure, courage, anger. And I find that very interesting. So I need you to tell me in one word what that one emotion was that got you to write this book. And I don't need you to explain that, because we want to leave the audience with a certain sense of mystery. That one thing, that one sentiment that prompted you to take up a project like this, and don't tell us why.
Um, so I would think commonality. So between customer and seller and worker, there are emotions which are common. So for example,
Emotion, your emotion.
Oh, my emotion which prompted me to divide it into different
your
chapters?
emotion that prompted you to pick up a subject like
Oh,
this.
curiosity.
Curiosity. So can we have a big round of applause for her? Because curiosity doesn't just kill the cat, it
Keeps
also
cat.
builds the cat. And builds the cat and how. So thank you so much to all of you to attend this wonderful session. Can we please felicitate her now?
Thank you so much.
As the felicitation has already been done, I think it happened in the morning and in front of me. So thank you so much to all of you for attending this. She's around if you have questions on the gig economy on her new book, and it's available at the stand upstairs. So she's happy to sign copies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vandana ma'am. Thank you, Pallavi ma'am, for this insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as we inch closer towards the last session of today, the Caribbean poet Derek Walcott once famously wrote, "The sea is history." Yet, for too long, the history of our Indian Ocean has been written from the land, viewing this vast, fluid expanse merely as a backdrop for empire or as a voice to be conquered. Today, we seek to reclaim the sodden archive of the waves, looking beyond the maps of history and all the kings to uncover the lives of the people who lived there, the merchants, the sailors, the migrants who truly cheered these waters. Our guide on this voyage is a distinguished historian whose work relentlessly centers the human spirit in the history of the ocean, the author of Empires of the Sea, Professor Radhika Seshan. And guiding this confluence of minds is a scholar of public policy and the visionary co-founder of this very festival itself, Mr. Kamalakanta Das. Please join me in welcoming the both of us to the stage with a warm applause. Apologies for the delay, audience. We will be joined by KK sir shortly in a while. Before we move forward with the session, please welcome KK sir to the stage with a warm applause.
Uh, Thank you. There is OTP, please, here. Someone can take this book. And we would like to discuss today about the ocean stories. So, oceans themselves tell stories. There are stories about the ocean. So, kind of the ocean, for the ocean, by the ocean. So, democratizing ocean stories is important. So, let me contextualize that to the context of Kalinga. So, Kalinga has been an ocean power for a long period of time. So Sadhavas, who were known as the sailors from the Kalinga shores, have been to Java, Sumatra, Bali, Borneo, and other places. That is in recorded history. We know that there is one famous author who wrote Indianization of Southeast Asia. I've forgotten the name of the author. So coming back to the context of what Radhika ji session does, she brings in ocean to the imagination of people who may be away from ocean, or maybe they're in the ocean itself, but do not perhaps know the vastness of the ocean has also vast, rich stories integrated in that, into the ecosystem of ocean knowledge. So how much is our ocean awareness? We don't know. If we say EQ, emotional quotient, what is our ocean quotient, OQ? We don't know. So thank you for doing this for all of us. And Indian Ocean is extremely important today in the context of geopolitics. But we'll not talk about only geopolitics. We'll talk about the human angle to the ocean. So people who live near the Himalayas think about the ocean, that we should go and see what it is. I think Lord Rama went from Ayodhya to the ocean. So that is a story how ocean happened to him. But anyway, so taking all these nuances, why this empires of sea, a human history of the Indian Ocean world, and for whom, what does it entail to say? Okay. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the Kalinga Festival organizers for inviting me here. The first answer is annoyance. More than anything else, it irritated me when people kept saying, but there's no history of the ocean before the Europeans came in. They invented the sea? And annoyance. Basically, it was that. It was also annoyance with this imposition of land revenue on me. I got so tired of studying land revenue over and over again. I said, look, if I have to study one more thing about land revenue, I'm giving up history.
Let's study ocean revenue.
So I decided to go as far away from land history as I could possibly get. So I started looking at oceanic stories. That was where I started. And as I started, I discovered that there was nothing written about it. In history, we always start with historiography. There was one book written in 1921, Radha Kumud Mukherjee.
Yes.
On Indian shipping in ancient times. And there was nothing after that. It was as though shipping came to an end at that point. And suddenly it comes up again in 1500s, 1498 after Vasco da Gama. And then I read somebody who's still quoted, whose book is still published, Sardar K.M. Panikar's Asia in the Age of Vasco da Gama. And he called it an epoch. What kind of an epoch? Why? Why should we look at only that and not at other things? Like I said, they didn't invent the ocean. And there is an entire
They claim they certainly discovered India.
Far from it, India was always known. And as I researched, I discovered that there are these maps from Europe which talk about India as Asia. So it is India interior, India exterior, India intra-Ganges, India extra-Ganges, India inside the Ganges, India. So they have Mesopotamia and they have India. Everything else is India. And they didn't know China.
Okay.
So until the Khitai tribes, they didn't know China. So I said, what is this? Why are we not looking at all of this? That's where I started.
That is where the journey starts. I think you have written a lot about Indian Ocean. I don't think it is the only book that you have
Far
written.
from it.
So why, see, ocean as a source of our oxygen is already known.
Yes.
And ocean as our trade route, it's already known. And ocean being geopolitical contestation is already known. Now, what is the story behind the ocean naming? You might, for example, some time ago, someone told me that the Bay of Bengal was known as Kalinga Mahasagar at some point of time. And then the Hind Mahasagar, which is Bharat, Indian Ocean, it is perhaps the only country, big country, which claims to have an ocean on its name. So, do you have any insights to tell to that? We have a curiosity. Many people ask, why not there is no Russian Ocean, there is no American Ocean, there is no Chinese Ocean, there is an Indian Ocean. So was it because of the trade routes that it created, and that is how people started calling it that? Maybe Greeks, maybe Arabs, maybe what is the story?
See,
Why Indian Ocean?
The story over there is that the Indian Ocean is home to all the oldest civilizations of the world. The Indian Ocean even today carries 90% of all oceanic traffic in the world.
90%.
90%.
That's huge. Yeah.
It's now come down, I believe, to 70%, but it is not less than 70%. So there is a phenomenal amount that's going on over here. The Indian Ocean also has historically been the key to the richest lands of the world. I mean, we are today used to thinking of India and Asia as the poor countries. We weren't poor. We became poor post the 18th century.
Yeah, close to 16th century, I think that.
No, 16th century, we were definitely not poor. We were among the richest.
Maybe around 25% of GDP of the world or something that some Cambridge historian did a study, found that.
Yes, but then that's such a ridiculously done because he didn't take most of the parameters.
Okay.
As in, they only looked at the gold and silver. What about the economy? What about the craft? We have a phenomenal craft industry, and the Indian Ocean world was powered by three things. First and most important is the cloth of India. Right through till the 13th century, Sumatra did not have a money economy. The only medium for exchange was India cotton cloth. And then after the money economy came, cotton cloth continued. The second major feature is the spices, Indonesian spices. And the easiest way to get the Indonesian spices was provide cloth from the Indian markets. The third is horses, and that comes into India. The Arab and the Central Asian horses. Some of the Central Asian horses definitely come in overland, but there are a lot of horses coming in by sea as well. I live on the west coast of India, so Thane, today one disgustingly dirty creek that just barely touches upon the ocean, and it's when you go by train, you're across the Thane Creek before you even realize you've crossed something. But that was the single most important point of entry for horses.
Okay.
And there have been artifacts found which are there. There are also battles in 600 odd. I'm very bad with dates. I'm a very bad historian when it comes to dates. But 600 odd, we have Pulakeshin II, Chalukya king of Badami, which is as far from any ocean as you can get because it's right in the center of the peninsula. He builds a navy and he goes and attacks and conquers the island of what is called Gharpuri, which is Elephanta. And then we've got this absolutely lyrical inscription, which has always been studied as literature rather than history, which says that the great king girdled the three oceans around his waist and therefore became master of all the waters.
Okay.
Before that, we have the Satavahan kings who are talking of themselves as Samudradipati, the owners. And then next, we get 13th century, we get the Hoysalas, who have as their capital Dwara Samudra. Hoysala is nowhere near any ocean, but it is called the door to the ocean, Dwara Samudra. All of these become part of that entire narrative around the ocean, which ignores the ocean and ignores the language of the ocean.
I I think in the popular imagination, if I look at ocean in a more Sanatan Indian way of looking at the churning of the ocean, the nectar comes from, and Lord Vishnu becomes the tortoise and the Devasura, and then the jhagada happens and the nectar comes. From there, and there is trade routes to Africa, to Southeast Asia, is there. So how do you see the imagination, including literature and historians, have seen ocean and integrated ocean? And as you said, there is dearth of literature as well on ocean and oceanic imagination. So was ocean, before the Europeans came to India and perhaps Columbus and all of them roamed around the world, then they tamed the ocean and then talked about ocean as something which can be tamed and controlled? Or before that, it was more a mythical, mystical world of not going, because there is some conception as there, if you cross the oceans, you lose your whatever caste and all that. So that was there. So how do you look at literary historical imagination? Ocean was embedded into them.
First, I would like to say that literary imagination often talks of the ocean in relation to land.
In relation to land.
So there is a sense of the land being prime, always.
Even though it is 1/3 of the entire world and ocean is 2/3.
So there is always a sense of land is important. And if one looks at the Sanskrit sources, yes, you've got Samudra Manthan, but if you're really looking at Sanskrit, there are only two words for ocean, Sagara and Samudra. And
not Mahasagara.
Not Mahasagar. It is Sagara and Samudra. Mahasagar comes up in Buddhist and Jain literature.
Okay.
And it is in the Buddhist and Jain literature that you get a lot of information about the thing. And there is a Jain story which is located in the present-day suburb of Bombay, Supara. It's called the Supparaka Jataka, which talks about the contrary winds that blow. And so this merchant who went out on a 1-month voyage ended up spending 1 year not being able to come to land.
Okay.
So these are your stories. And here I will say it is, what we have in India is no mythification. It is a very practical approach. The ocean is there. It's part of our lives. We don't need to really talk about it. The mythicization happens much later in life. And about Brahmins losing their caste, this is a story that I have used over and over again. I forgot to include it in the book. I don't quite know why. I came across this Portuguese letter. The Portuguese had this thing which said that at the end of every voyage, the captain of the ship had to give a report of what he had done. So this particular report, which is I think 1570, 1590, something like that, he says, off the coast of Aden, I found a native Indian craft sinking. It hadn't been attacked. It had just become unseaworthy because it had been made too many voyages without a break, which is again indication. And on board that ship, we decided to take all the people and all the goods that were there on board our ship. Among those who were there was one who belonged to the caste of the Brahmins. He declared that he was on his way back after collecting a debt from a merchant at Aden. And when we told him that we had on board only mutton left, and we knew that the Brahmins were vegetarian, we offered to drop him back at Aden. He said that in the interests of staying alive, he would eat the mutton and then go home and do prayashchit.
Okay.
I can't think of anything more practical than that.
Right. I think there is a story is told, I don't know how much it is true, when Swami Vivekananda came back from America, he was not allowed to enter into Ma Dakshineshwari Kali temple. And the chief priest told him that you have gone 7 seas beyond, and as you have written, you are not pious or pure. A very, very interesting story, because he is the one who starts Ramakrishna mission and takes his guru's message to the world, and he himself is not allowed to enter into the sanctimonium of that.
But then it's a very small community that is not permitted to do that. If you're talking about purity, purity matters to those who are insistent on purity. The others don't care. So long as you've got an income, purity goes by the board.
Right.
Income is much more important.
Right.
And so you have, if you're really looking at the textuality and the rituality of it, then
I'm
what
looking at the ocean context as well, yeah.
what is a Brahmin doing eating meat or eating fish? But the Saraswat community of the Konkan coast eats only meat, only fish. They don't have vegetables, or not very much. So food is part of the way you live. What is assigned to you later on because of a certain perspective is it's a stereotype based on a few applied to everyone. So it is not as though Indians didn't go abroad. They did. Some of the rigid Brahmin communities definitely did not. But it is not a universal phenomenon. And the loss of caste matters only to a Brahmin who's insistent on purity. How does it matter to a Kshatriya or anybody else?
Yeah,
anyone else.
Even to a sannyasi like Swami Vivekananda. Right?
Exactly. So
right. I think other imaginations of ocean in Ramayana, when Bali, the elder brother of Sugriva, he makes voyages and goes to 7 samudras and takes a snana and comes back. One fine day, meets the Ravana, and Ravana fights and mocks him. Then he puts Ravana in his hair and puts him there and flies. So that is a story that he flew Ravana around 7 samudras. Ravana was also terrified. So though Ravana himself was Lord of Sri Lanka in the middle of the ocean, but Ravana was also terrified of the samudras as well.
Which is why you've got the phrase saying "Saat samundar paar karke wapas aaye." That is part of the phraseology that exists. You have the concept exists, but people have, again, like I said, annoyance right at the beginning. These were the things that annoyed me. You've got proverbs like this. Why haven't you put the connections together?
Yeah,
so that's where it is.
I think there is a song in Vishwatma which says "Saat samandar paar karke tere piche piche." ऐसे कुछ है ना? That is a song.
But that's a Hindi proverb that is there.
Yeah, "Saat samandar paar karke tere piche piche aa gayi," ऐसा कुछ गाना है. Right. Now coming back to the book. So when you say empires of the sea, so a human history of the Indian Ocean world. Now I bring back to the present context of Kaundinya, one stitched ship of kind of medieval India.
Early India, not medieval India.
Early India. Sorry to buy that James Mill's idiotic division of
no, I'm not getting to it.
Early medieval and modern India. But anyway, I have no other way to say the division. But anyway, so by talking about it in the early India and stitched in that tradition, so it is now reaching Oman. So how do you look at this voyage that Indian, some people and sailors are taking? So how is it telling the story that happened hundreds of years ago and how it connects to the stories that have not been told?
First is that the tradition of stitched boats and sewn boats has a long history in India. Sewn boats are usually used on internal riverine waters. So for instance, the coracle boats that you find in particularly the Kaveri, they're called thoni, round boats, flat-bottomed round boats, which are today used to take tourists to go and see this thing. And you still find them fishing from those boats on the Tungabhadra near Hampi. That's a sewn boat. So it does not last very long, which means it has to be taken out of the water and it has to be dried. A stitched boat is something which has a very, very long history because we've got mention of the word coir, the English version coir, which comes from a word that is used in Malaysia, Indonesia, Lakshadweep, and Maldives. It comes from the Tamil word kair, which is basically coconut fiber. And that's what. Now, the distinctive feature of coconut fiber is that you soak it in water, it becomes tighter. And part of our craft was also about woodwork. So what we had typically was tongue and groove joints.
Right.
The boat is put together
Interlocking.
with interlocking. And then, just like you've got this, you have these holes. Now, in the hole, you weave everything with resin, and you put another cover of wood on top of that, and you thread it through and around. Then you've got the planks. Each of the planks is tied on the inside. So you've got the holes again, and you've got the rope holding it together. We have, while there is a lot made of the 6th century Ajanta painting of this, it is our most detailed. Anywhere along the Konkan coast, we find these hero stones which mark where people died to wedding themselves. And a whole lot of them show shipwrecks, which also have the tying, the ropes that are coming in. So this is not a lost tradition. And it is, however, it becomes over time a limited tradition because it is as steam replaces sail.
Yes, it does.
The stitched boat becomes less economically viable.
Yes.
And it becomes smaller. So it becomes used only for coastal shipping.
Right.
So what the Kaundinya has
Not
done...
for the intercontinental.
Not for the What the Kaundinya has done is to revive the tradition and to experiment how it can go long distances. Nobody denied that it could do long distance trips.
Yes.
But I think we need to think about it a little bit more in that in the Bay of Bengal, it's very difficult to use a stitched ship. It was always ships with iron nails. If you look at the geography of India, on the Bay of Bengal side, we've got a very large continental shelf and a trench in the middle. With the result, the surf on the Bay of Bengal is always much higher.
Okay, right.
And a stitched boat will not handle the surf very easily, which is why on the east coast of India, the more common boat is the catamaran. Double-hulled, 2 bits of wood, double-hulled, with a mast in the center, which would skim over the waves much
And
more.
manage it, balance it.
Balance it much more. The stitched boats are much more western Indian Ocean than the eastern Indian Ocean.
Right. One story that in our folklore in Odisha that is known as Topoi.
Yes.
Topoi is a story where this girl who is sister of 6 and 7 brothers, seven brothers, and they go to Java, Sumatra, and they come back once a year during the period when the weather is flexible or whatever, conducive. And there is a story that her sister-in-law सारे भाभी मिल के इसको परेशान करते हैं. और then she worships Lord Mangala, Ma Mangala, and then the story, see, in this way it says about that वो Indonesia गए थे. So this story, for few years, we don't know the origin. I don't know the exact origin when it is written. But the Topoi is maybe a fiction, maybe a fictionalized fact which happened during that period of time. That story tells that Odisha had a long coastal maritime engagement.
Definitely.
And Bali Yatra, which is celebrated now, is actually a reminder of that. So what have you come across Odisha's maritime engagement in your oceanic engagement or ocean stories?
It's immense, because if we read, actually, in many ways, the Bay of Bengal connections are much more clearly identifiable than the Arabian Sea connections. We've got, let's take in chronological terms, if we start, we've got the Ashokan, the great Ashokan inscriptions,
yes,
which definitely mention that.
Yeah.
Then we have, around the same time, we have that immense corpus of Sangam poetry, the Tamil poetry, which talk about, when there's one of the poems which talk about how the great Yavana ships come in with gold.
Greek.
The great Yavana. Yavana, it's the Greek, but it's basically foreigner.
Yeah.
So it's the Roman Empire ships. They are coming in with gold and going back with perfume flowers and pepper.
Okay. Masala.
Masala. Pepper. It's basically Kalimirchi. Nothing.
Black pepper.
Black pepper. It's that. And then excavations at Socotra off the coast of Ethiopia have thrown up one jar of pepper, which probably some sailor stole and buried, thinking he'd come back next year, and probably never did. But that jar has 3 kilos of pepper, and radiocarbon dating has dated that to the 2nd century CE, and it is still as fresh. When they opened it and they could smell the pepper. And this was done, the Socotra.
Close to 2,000 years old.
The Socotra, the discovery happened in 2015.
Okay.
So,
So that's the greatest marketing line. Buy a paper, it stays 2,000-year-old, 2,000 years.
It's there. And next to that, near that, they found a lot of graffiti, including one which is in Old Tamil, another which is in Ashokanera Brahmi, which seems to be Odia. There's a whole lot. Still later, there is constant mention in the Malaysian records from the 15th century onwards. There is mention of Kalinga. Kalinga.
Yeah.
And the European records, Portuguese and English, talk of them as the klings. Klings is the way.
Yeah.
So you get that clear linguistic connection that is continuing. There is also something that I very briefly touched on this morning. There is this recent research that is happening on the script of the boat people of Sri Lanka. That's northern Sri Lanka. It's called Damili. And they are linking that to the old Odisha writing. So there is that connection as well. And back to Ashoka, there's Tamralipi.
Tamralipi, yes.
And the movement down the coast and probably through the 10-degree channel, Nicobar and Andaman, which takes you right across to the Malacca Straits or to Burma. That is a very, very well-known route. All of this is used by the first major kingdom that comes up, because surprisingly, the Kalinga, another Kalinga story is the 12th century, where on the Konark temple, I think, you've got that wonderful representation of a boat carrying elephants. So you've got that as well. You've also got another one, which is on the Konark again, of the giraffe on the Konark temple. There's the image of the giraffe. And there is a Chinese record which talks about the giraffe being given by the king of Ethiopia as a gift to the king of China. And therefore, it is brought to India, walked across India to Konark. And at Konark, there is a ship that is made so that it can go up to the Tista, where the Tista and the Brahmaputra join, and then be walked into Yunnan.
Okay.
That's your Chinese record about it.
The fascination of the animal. Right.
It's there. And Odisha, it's actually something I find very difficult to understand. The Odisha scholars don't seem to be looking at this history properly. I don't know why.
Maybe as we're talking to you, this is recorded and reaching everyone there.
I don't understand
But
why.
maybe we can, under your tutelage, start something there, because Odisha's maritime history has been studied, but I don't think that depth with the depth which it requires or deserves.
See, we need to look at there are Manikapattana excavations.
Yes.
Those are throwing up a whole lot of information.
Yes.
As also the analysis of the Chilika Lake area.
Yes.
That's coming up. There are some, this is something I don't know, but apparently Pagan, the old empire in Burma, has got inscriptions which seem to refer to Baleshwar.
Okay.
But nobody is looking at these connections. And I will say that this is problematic also because we have a very patchy history. And all of this needs to be worked out a lot more. Tamil Nadu is doing a lot. Maharashtra is doing nothing. Sorry. I think I'm justified in saying that after 30 odd years in Pune University, where I've been grumbling about how nobody does anything, I'm justified in saying Maharashtra is doing nothing. Gujarat is doing a lot, but then the kind of work that's coming out of Gujarat seems to imply that there is nothing but Gujarat. How can you have that? There has to be the continuity. Malabar has done a lot, but Malabar is either the Pattanam expeditions or it is Vasco da Gama later. What about in between?
Yeah.
Nothing's happening.
Right. So I think the message coming from here is that there is a lot more. There are, like in police, how a policeman does investigation, they actually stitch the circumstantial evidences put together and try to find out the story. So I think the historian, whatever evidence is available and the historiography's limitations, still stories can be told and made and all that can be done. I think enough effort has not been put into understanding our own history, shared history.
We haven't. I know that it took me 4.5 years of dedicated research to do this one book. And this was despite having done a lot on the trade of the Indian Ocean world. And since 1981 onwards, I've been working on the trade of the Indian Ocean, mostly westwards. It still took me 4.5 years of dedicated research to just do this book.
आप कभी समंदर में अंदर गए हैं? Have you been to?
हाँ, बहुत बार.
बहुत बार. हमें डर लगता है. वो पानी के देखते ही डर लगता है.
नहीं, बहुत बार.
So what voyages have you made so far?
Voyages, not too many because it these days takes too much time.
Right.
But what I have is a long-standing engagement with the Bay of Bengal, especially at Madras.
Okay.
My personal story, my grandfather had a house on the beach.
Okay.
So we used to go with the fishermen.
Right.
To go,
go a little inside.
Go a
right.
little bit inside.
So have you been?
I think my grandmother was too scared of what we would do if we were allowed to go too far, so she never allowed. So the fisherman was told, "Bacche hain, वापस लेके आओ जल्दी." So my sister and I did a lot of it.
Right. So we're coming towards the end of this session. Do you find any fascinating story, not necessarily Indian Ocean, might be Atlantic, might be Pacific, we don't know. So any stories that you have found that have not been talked in the mainstream history, in any other oceanic history that you have found that may be having similar corollaries and similar stories across the world?
I think a lot of the stories of the Atlantic are yet to be told. Because again, like the Indian Ocean is, well, it's got no glamour, it's got only people. The Atlantic Ocean has been studied only from the angle of the slave trade.
Trade, yeah.
The slave trade specifically. And so nobody looks at the rest of the Atlantic Ocean. There is an Arab account of the 10th century which says that don't go between the two pillars that separate the shadowless ocean from the enclosed ocean, that is the Straits of Gibraltar. Don't go into that, because in that sea there is a strange part where weeds grow on the sea and are not anchored anywhere. Today we know that that's the Sargasso Sea, but the 10th century they're talking of it. Now these are the stories which nobody has looked at. Why aren't we looking at those as well? Pacific is a lot less studied. Pacific, I haven't been able to look at the Chinese and the Malaysian stories about Pacific.
Right.
So I don't know enough about that. But DNA studies, recent DNA studies have shown that there is a DNA connection between Malaysia and Madagascar, bypassing India altogether. That particular gene has not been found in India.
Right.
So there is a direct connection over there.
Some people are claiming that the Australian indigenous communities have gone from Tamil Nadu. So
that
through
is
ocean.
possible.
Through ocean. Huh?
Aborigines.
Yeah, Aborigines.
That is possible because again there are some.
And ocean would have been the only route, or perhaps they were together at some point of time. The plate tectonic happened, and they got the cousins got separated. Kumbh Mela mein kho gaye.
But more than that, it is the linguistic similarity. As in, Tamil is one of the languages which has more vowel sounds than consonant sounds. So also the Aboriginal language of Australia. There are far more vowel sounds than there are consonants. That's again something which hasn't been looked at all.
Right. So would you like to read a certain line or a paragraph or something?
Identify whichever you'd like me to read and I'd read it out.
No, I want you to read for us. So what do you think, what is the takeaway? Why should I read this book? Just one line for all of us, or few lines. So what is the kind of your favorite paragraph from the book that you would like all of us to pay attention, maybe?
Dasha, I wrote the book. I'm probably very bored with it by now, so I don't know that if I have a thing.
This is like asking a superstar film star asking which film is the best.
I don't know. Okay, I'll start with the beginning.
Yeah, that's
which
good.
is, can water have a history? Technically, the answer would have to be no, because history, after all, must trace humans and human affairs. But the extent of ways in which water has influenced human lives makes our connections to it a crucial part of human history. That's where I've started.
So can water have a history?
Yes, it can. It has to.
Can have a history. Actually, we're asking whether the water has the agency to have a history. Water has a history. Do we know about it? That's another question. Do we know about it? I think the answer is yes and no.
We know a little, we need to know a lot more.
Right. So thank you so much. I think we can have a little bit of reflection or questions from the audience. So please feel free to buy Empires of the Sea, and the author is available for author signed copies here, and for selfie, picture, book, signed, everything is available. So please read about the water.
Let me also be crass and say increases my royalties.
And then we'll request her to write more about Kalinga's water history.
No,
Maybe
I
next.
started looking at the coastal monuments,
Yeah.
looking at Konark, Jagannath, and the Shore Temple. Started looking at the records on that.
Thank you, thank you. And I'm working on one project with my father, who's 5-6 generations ago, they had this story about Gandak Nadi, where the Saligrams came to Jagannath Puri. So I'm writing that 500-year-old story and rewriting it. So the story of water is there. From Nadi to Samandar. Any queries, any questions?
I think she had a question. You had it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tulip Suman. I'm a professor of law. In law, we have a very wonderful concept of sovereignty, which basically talks about the power that a nation wields upon its own land. So when it comes to law of seas, which is basically part of public international law, have you found out any kind of lessons that we can take from how ancients had dealt with the sovereignty over sea, which can be replicated in current times, in current geopolitical scenario?
तो आप ये कहना चाहते हो कि सी में पायरेट्स थे कि नहीं? ये पूछ रहे हो?
Pirates.
So I'm actually talking about China. China is completely controlling South China Sea right now, and is actually creating artificial islands and saying that our sovereignty over this entire place is going to be absolute.
Ma'am doesn't deal with sea. She deals with the oceans.
No, it does. It's marginal differences only.
Yeah, please.
No, first of all, I'll say that this entire idea of sovereignty over the sea actually is traced to the 17th century and the writings of Hugo Grotius, which is Holland's challenge to Portugal. Portugal talked about the closed seas, the mare clausum, and the open seas, the mare liberum. And he said that mare liberum, the open seas, is a concept that can be understood only in Europe, where everybody knows the laws regulating activity on the seas. The seas outside Europe would have to be the closed seas, and only Portugal has the right to that. So this is very much a development from the 17th century onwards. This began to be claimed, and as colonial power increased, in the 18th century in particular, and this is actually where it links back to piracy, in the attempt to negate piracy, the universal law of sovereignty of the seas was brought in. And if we need to look at that in terms of modern thing, one would have to look at the British records of justice in Aden and in Bombay. Those are the ones that would give us the precedence, not before that. Otherwise, the sea, you know the old joke which says, why did you go and climb Mount Everest? The answer being because it was there. So, in exactly the same fashion, the sea is just there. Why do you want to bother about it? But in 1620, there is a letter written by the Sultan of Bijapur to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, which says that almost 100 years ago, you sent your troops to fight the Firangs and attacked the island of Diu. they claimed that they had ownership of the sea. We did not succeed then. Today, we have 3 more groups of Franks, who are claiming the same thing. How can you be the owner of that which never stands still?
Interesting.
That is an answer which is an earlier answer.
When did this nautical mile concept came कि मेरा ocean यहीं से शुरू हो रहा है, then
200 nautical miles.
हाँ?
200 nautical miles.
मैं गोली चलाऊंगा, जहाँ तक गोली जाएगा तब तक मेरा जगह है. So how human beings have decided to create that border, वो ocean जो किसी का नहीं है, फिर भी मेरा है.
That comes from the
कि श्रीलंकन मछुआरा आ गया पकड़ लो, इंडियन मछुआरा गया पकड़ लो.
that actually comes from 2 major events. One of the 16th century, when the Irish fishermen were challenging the Portuguese fishermen because they were all fishing for cod in the North Sea. So they divided that. Then it was developed further.
So this is like dogs create their own territory. ये मेरा है, ते तेरा है, like that. So,
and then this was further developed in 1812.
so human beings have been like that, animals.
1812, after which is something that colonial British historians never emphasized. 1812, they were defeated by America in the War of 1812. And at that time, America claimed 5 nautical miles as their own land, into which the British were not permitted. Then in the I think after the Battle of Jutland, the British started claiming it. Post 1815 is when they started emphasizing this a little bit more. So the nautical miles is very much a 19th century.
So concept of high seas कि किसी का नहीं है. So that is there. Like there is a
That
high
comes
sea
up-
concept.
that comes up in the
That got
19th
developed
century.
while Truman was the president of US.
Yeah,
actually.
The high-
that
high
comes up much later.
Much
Much
later, but
Much
it became very prominent by then.
Right. तो वहाँ पे pirates पकड़ सकते हैं.
सिर्फ वहाँ पे पकड़ सकते हैं और कहीं भी नहीं.
Right.
और बाकी जो pirates हैं, जो legalized piracy है, उनको तो पकड़ना ही नहीं है.
So there has been a movie of Pirates of the Caribbean. So I think the ocean stories are also with there. You have seen the Pirates of Caribbean?
Yes, I did. I found it a very nice movie where you tuck your brains against under the nearest seat and enjoy yourself.
And yeah, thank you so much. Any other queries and any observations?
Rabia ji, apologize. I got a bit late because I was held up in the another session. It appears funny, but it is a new information for me that water have a history, oceans have a history, and we say history, his story, not her story. So in your opinion, how do you classify the ocean and water, masculine or feminine?
Okay, now that's a bit of a problem because water is feminine, but those who go on it are masculine. Therefore, and part of that is also the history of a subtle suppression of femininity. The idea of control does definitely come in over here. So yes, it is there. It is something which is not talked about at all, but which exists. And perhaps the only ones that begin to challenge it a little are on the Malabar coast, where you have a lot of the rituals which are centered on women who send their men off to sea. That's something, again, this is a student of mine who's working on that. Maybe something interesting will come on that.
Maybe we'll ask Ranjit sir to ask the grammarians to change grammar, because the gender is such an idiotic thing in grammar. Why someone would be a female? Why water is female? Other thing is building is male. Hindi में है ये जा रही है वो जा रहा है.
No, my basic
So
question was
let's
based on
think. Your pronouns can be
she
the.
told about the ritual part because I am from that area. That is why I asked that question.
So if the pronouns can be now he and they and them and there,
Maybe
why
even-
can't grammar change for
maybe
21st century?
even transgender. no
But
problem.
there's also the fact that protection is female. So you've got all your Velankanni, your Mother Mary, Mariamman are all the goddesses who protect the water, and that takes over from Avalokiteshvara. So the Bodhisattva, who is the guardian of the seas, changes into Mariamman, who is the protectress of the seas.
We need a female Panini to do the grammar. That's it. Thank you. Any other question? Jokes apart. We need females also to write grammar. Yeah, Ranjit sir. Oh, Mike. I have provoked him enough to change the gender grammar. Oh.
No, no, no. I had another question, which is kind of a follow-up question. First of all, thank you for a very inspiring presentation and conversation, Professor Seshan. My question has to do with cartography. I mean, you talk about how certain traditions of atlas making and so on are just kept out of the record. I was thinking of the period race maps, for instance, which really only very recently have begun to become part of our understanding of the world. In that context, given our immense seafaring traditions here, could you talk to us a little bit about cartographic traditions, map making in South Asia and the Indian Ocean world?
See, one of the oddities of India is that India does not have a written cartographic tradition. We do not depict maps until about the 18th century. We don't have the writing. What we do have are the mandala maps, which we need to look at much more carefully to understand what they are depicting and how. They've just been taken as rituals. But there is a story to them, because somebody I was talking to said that, look, if you look at the mandala map from the Buddhist perspective, you have to look at it in relation to where they have located Lumbini and Gaya, and then angle yourself. So that's something that we've only just started doing. That, on the other hand, what we have is a phenomenal oral tradition which still continues. I had gone with, in fact, one of the people who helped me most in all my work on the maritime world was a Professor B. Arunachalam. He was the geography department in Bombay University. With him, I have gone to parts of Nagapattinam and the others. And there was one fisherman who actually told us, look, you don't know anything. And on the beach, he drew a chart of the sky, the winds, and the water, the ways, the sailing seasons. So the basic orientation point was Orion's belt. That is your starting point. And then, which is, he called it, he says there are two names for it. In the monsoon, he is Rudra Shiva. In other times, he is Ananda Shiva. But this is your Ananda Shiva. When it is Ananda Shiva, these are the constellations that you see, and this is the time of day that you need to. And when it is Rudra Shiva, these are the constellations. So there's a phenomenal oral memory and a collective tradition.
Thank you so much. That was a fantastic question, Ranjit sir. So we thank Radhika Seshan ma'am for a fantastic ocean story session. And as we come close to the close of the session, we'd like to say hello and thank you to ma'am, and a token of gesture of love.
Thank you, sir and ma'am, for delving into the depths of the ocean. Now, I'd like to request KK sir to felicitate ma'am. Audience, can we have a big round of applause? With the last session of the day coming to an end, this is your host B. Dibyansha Dikshit signing off. Thank you for a patient hearing.